Hi, everybody, and welcome. I hope that you're as excited as we are. This is the first annual Wreaths Across America virtual convoy, and it's coming tonight from the Crystal City Gateway Marriott.
That's right. You got it.
Right, and we're in Arlington, Virginia. And we're here tonight. We're going to be attending and coming to you in part from the TCA charity gala that they hold for Wreaths Across America annually. And this is kind of red carpet, so I have a handsome gentleman to my left. You're right.
You're too kind.
Too kind? No, you told me to say that, so
That's
it's
true.
all
I did
good.
I did pay you a lot
Anyway,
for that.
Joe Reagan, he's with Easter Seals, and why don't you tell him what your job title is at Easter Seals?
Well, I'm the Senior Director of Development for Easter Seals Maine, and Easter Seals Maine has been partnered with Wreaths Across America for 3 years now. And we're really great to continue that partnership this year and be here with you today to help promote the virtual convoy that's going on.
Super, and I really appreciate it. And we're going to be talking a little bit later, a little bit more about Easter
Absolutely.
Seals and a little bit more about your military career.
Yep.
And I so thank you for being here. Everybody out there, tonight is about raising dollars. We're going to raise some dollars and some awareness. We're talking about raising dollars to help us deliver wreaths, because although about 80% of the wreaths that are delivered come to you on donated trucks, there is still cost that is involved for some of the trailers' delivery. Some we have to pay outright for the delivery,
Yep.
some go FedEx, and there are charges and things that we have to do. So you can help us with that tonight. If you're looking at your web pages, if you're watching on Facebook, this is what we want you to do. We want you to go on. We want you to, we can also go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK. We have cue cards. How cool is that? So Susan's over there with the cue cards, and this is live, so we're going to need all the help we can get. But if you're watching on Facebook, this is how you can win. Now pay attention. You can win. 2 lucky people will win 500 wreaths for their cemetery of choice. So we want you to get on the phone, call all your contacts, tell them to go on the Facebook page, like and share, at least like, and comment. If you're a group or location, put your URL from your page, from your Wreaths Across America location or fundraising page in the comment line. We want everybody to come on. This will be automatically done by the computer. I don't know all the details, but we're not like putting them in a hat. They're going onto a spreadsheet and they're drawn automatically. But 2 lucky people will win 500 wreaths, and it goes to the cemetery of the choice.
That's right.
That's
and
a
you
lot.
can see it right now. If you're watching Facebook right now, you should see that our Facebook page from Veterans Count will be posting our fundraising site through Wreaths Across America. Now, if you're not on Facebook, well, you should be on Facebook because you're watching us through Facebook.
Right.
But
Well,
if
you can
don't,
see us on the web, too.
If you don't want to go onto the web right now for whatever reason, you can also call 1-877-385-9504 and call that number to donate. So 877-385-9504. So there's lots of ways you can get in touch with us
And
tonight.
Joe was calling people earlier and saying, go on. If you're supporting our cemetery, go on and get involved. And for those of you who don't know, you can raise funds. So if you go on to your location and you put the URL to your location, please also put the name of your cemetery, because if you do that, when you do, our team behind the scenes is going to tell us that you've come on, and we will mention your cemetery on the air so we can direct people to go to your location and support you with wreath sales tonight. So a lot's going to happen tonight. We've got a lot of people we're going to talk to. We're waiting for some of our first guests to come on, so I guess this is where we do our first song and dance.
I guess so. You know, it was great today because I flew in early this morning from Maine, and it was really fantastic. I had a little extra time to be down here in the district, and as I've mentioned to you in the past, my last active duty assignment was actually here in Washington. And one of the things that I really enjoyed about that was the opportunity to go to Arlington on numerous occasions. And there really is something truly special about that. And today I had another opportunity to go, and it's really quite moving to go in there. And it's not just, like I said, there's 2 sides of Arlington National Cemetery. There's the macro, and there's the micro. And when you go in and you see all of those tombstones aligned perfectly, all in order, the scope of what that means and the sacrifices that have been made for the freedom of this country are really, really evident. But I think the more important story is when you look at each individual tombstone.
Absolutely.
And when you walk through that whether you know where you're going or not, just some of the stories you can encounter. And I went, so I had mentioned before, I tend to go to Section 60 is the area that I go to, and that's one of the lesser known areas, but that's where most of the Afghan and Iraq war veterans are buried. And so as I say, that's for people like I don't go there for anything special. I go there to visit friends. And when I was there today, I actually came across the grave of he was a Marine Corps sergeant who died in Iraq. And family members can also be buried at Arlington. And on the backside of the tombstone, his son was buried alongside this Marine. And the son had passed away after only 8 days of being alive, and he was buried next to his father. And his father, based on the time that he had been killed in Iraq, I can only assume that he must have deployed only months after he had lost his son to whatever tragedy. And so you just think of how each one of those...
It's a history lesson.
Each one of those tombstones itself is a story about sacrifice, about commitment, about how we support our country. And I think that if you've never been, whether it's Arlington or whatever your local cemetery is, it's a great opportunity to get out there and explore what our service members are doing for us each day.
I think that's great. I think for you folks there just meeting and hearing from Joe, one of the reasons he's here with me tonight is because he is so sensitive, having served with people that, you know, gave you...
Sensitive is something I don't think anyone has ever called me before, but I'll go with that.
You know, he represents for me, and we'll get on to our first guest. But I just want to say this about Joe. First off, I just said, Joe, will you come help me out? And Joe came to help me out. He came running, and I really appreciate it. But it's that just overall view and understanding what Wreaths Across America is about. So I think we're going to skip over here. We're ready for our first guest. This is like the red carpet, gentlemen. Come on in. Looking all handsome. Come on in. Turn around. Now introduce you.
Joe Regan. Nice to meet you, John.
Joe.
Welcome.
Very nice.
Please, we'll get you right in the middle of us, and that way we can...
Here. Turn your mic up. Oh, my mic. I don't know how to turn my mic up. Technical.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this evening. And you know, maybe just quickly tell us a little bit. Who are you? Why are you here? What's your titles? And how'd you get involved with Wreaths?
Name's John Leibold, and I'm president of the Truckload Carriers Association. And we are the big trucks. We carry 4,995 wreaths in one truck. So, for example, Arlington, which we're very proud of, being part of this program, we bring in 60 trucks on Friday night. We stage them, and of course on Saturday morning in December, we unload 60 trucks with amazing volunteers from the area, from Northern Virginia, Maryland, and D.C., and Pennsylvania, and they come from everywhere. So, you know, our primary mission is to make sure the wreaths get carried safely, whether it's in the convoy or going to other states throughout the country, and we're very much pleased to be part of it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And I'm Dan Doran. I'm the current chairman of the Truckload Carriers Association. Been in the trucking business since 1974. We, as an industry, are been a very integral part of the Wreaths Across America program since its beginning, and many of our truck drivers. There's 3.5 million truck drivers in the country. Many of them are veterans, so it's a great way for the industry to pay back and honor the veterans and gentlemen like you that have served our country.
If I can borrow your microphone.
Of course.
This is where I'm staging you right here. But I want to say, for those of you watching, the Truckload Carriers have been involved for a lot of years. How many years? 8? 6? I think it's been a long time. They've been helping us. Yeah, 6. Yeah. I'm thinking it's 8 with logistics and then the gala. So not only with the fundraising of the gala, but also with logistics and just hand-holding as we learned, as we grew, and we needed more and more and more trucks. And something that Rob was telling me, that about a little over half of the people that haul are Truckload Carriers Association members, and really out there and always there. You're always there when we, call, and then the fundraising and just being there and just guidance for somebody that's been. I mean, you are a professional, and I'm a newbie in this sort of thing, and you've been very helpful to me as well. Is there any message that you have for anybody out there that? Yeah.
This whole program works on volunteers, and it works on generosity in fundraising, so that we can get the wreaths on every headstone that we possibly can, and it grows every year. So the real message is that this is an initiative for many people, and the more that we can generate tonight in this gala, in our streaming tonight, the better off, and more graves will have headstones will have wreaths. So tonight our mission is to make sure that we have funding.
Great. How about you? You got any words of wisdom you want to share with the live audience out there?
No, it's just the Wreaths program has been a great image boost for our industry, and it's been a good recruiting tool to bring members into our association. So,
do you want to give a website or anything like that while you're here? Do you have a website or
truckload.org?
Truckload.org. You know, the other thing I want to say, you said that you mentioned that image for you guys, but the image for us as well, because I will tell you that all the drivers that go out there, they represent so well. And a lot of those drivers that go into Arlington that are TCA members, they go in and they not only just take the load in, but they're our ambassador off the back of the truck. So when their people are lined up and taking the Wreaths, and they're there telling them about the program, and they have such a good understanding of the program, and just anytime we call, you're there. And so it's certainly it's reciprocal for sure. So tonight you're also going to be doing you have some auction items that are going on inside the gala.
We do.
You want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, we have a number of auction items. We're using a software package to make sure that the bidding is calculated correctly, and there'll be some great winners at the end of the night. I think everybody in this room tonight is so deeply touched by people who have given the ultimate sacrifice, and the giving generosity that we see from people who it's very emotional for many, many people, especially for people who've had family members who have given their lives. So tonight with the silent auction items, we have a number of things that we're going to be doing tonight.
No, and that's really amazing. I think of the optics that you get around the trucking industry, and there's just something amazing when that convoy comes rolling through the town, and you see all of those trucks one after another, and all the different agencies that they represent. It really is something special. But when I think of you, the truck drivers that you're mentioning, the ones that are actually out there hauling these loads day after day, and the value that some of them, those that have served. What are some of the things that are driving them around, as part of this program?
Dan, would you like to?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
I think for drivers, we're really talking about the drivers. Many of them have been veterans. So I think it's such an honor to get in that truck and drive and deliver these Wreaths, that they're giving back. They're saying thank you, and it's a great group of people. They live and breathe for this. So I think drivers again are salt of the earth. They bleed America, and they believe in the freedoms of America, and we're very lucky to have drivers that we do.
So, guys, I know you're hosting this little event, and I'm going to be coming out to John. You look so handsome, all dressed up. I can't say, oh, thank you. Thank you. Listen, I can't say enough about it. I really want to look right in the camera and say this. This convoy is about talking about TCA. It's about talking about the need to have the Wreaths delivered. I say this every year. You hear me say it all the time. We would not be able to provide a wreath at $15 for anybody to send to a loved one at our almost 1,500 locations if it wasn't for the trucking industry, if it wasn't for the support of the TCA, the trucking industry, and the dedication. When we call on these people, they come. And so thanks. I'll be joining you in a little bit. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you both.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir.
So I think we're going to, thank you. I'll be out in a minute. Get me a drink, huh? Okay, so the next guest, oh gosh, he doesn't even need an introduction, but I'll give him one anyway. So, Joe, you've met my husband. Everybody out there watching, this is Maurice Worcester. He is the founder of Wreaths Across America, and I guess most people know that he's my husband. And so I want to start off with a couple serious questions. First off, you don't feel so good tonight, do you?
Well, I've got a cold. It's been a year since I've had a cold, but I've got one, and but I'll get through it, no problem.
So one of the things earlier today, because believe it or not, we've been together a long time, but I'm always seeing things somehow in a different perspective. And as the executive director of Wreaths Across America, lots of times I'm thinking year to year. We're inside a budget. How are we going to get through this year? And this morning, you really said something. And I'm not talking about the financial piece of it. I'm just talking about your vision, because you don't look at this as year to year. You have a goal. And what is that goal?
Well, the goal is to place a wreath on every single American veteran's grave at some point, and we've just barely scratched the surface at this point. For us to meet that, just in the veterans that have passed away at this right now. It's about 24, 25 million. And we may be, if we're lucky, we're going to reach maybe 2 million this year. So we, whatever that comes to, probably 6% of the total. So the years to come, it's going to be extremely important for us to be prepared.
So, do you have a question, Joe? I mean, I know him better than you. Is there anything you'd like to ask the founder?
I always love to hear, and I know the story. I know the answer to the question already. That's the best types of questions to ask.
That's like a good parent.
It's a good one, right? That's right. But for folks that don't know it, I mean, how did this all start? How did you get the idea to come down to Arlington and start placing these wreaths?
Well, back in 1992 is when it started, and we and I always say, I've said for many years, it was started by mistake. We actually bought too many wreaths back then, and didn't really know what to do with them, and so we thought about Arlington because as a kid, I was a paper boy for the Bangor Daily News in Maine. And I won a trip to Washington, and one of the sites that we saw on that trip was Arlington National Cemetery. And then many years later, actually 30 years later, I think it was, we had those wreaths left over, and I said, it would really be something if we could get permission to lay the wreaths on the graves at Arlington. And we were lucky enough to do that. It was going to be a one-time thing. But it was so well received that we just didn't want to stop. So it started a little bit by mistake, but there's the good Lord is behind it, and there's no such thing as a mistake. So that's just how it happened. So we made the wreath specially for Arlington at the end of every season from that point on. For I think the next 14 years we did that. One trailer load we brought down at the end of our wreath season, and placed them on the graves wherever the administration people at Arlington wanted them put. And then this thing really took off when one time the photographer from the Pentagon was at Arlington after we'd been there, and it had snowed a couple inches, and he took a picture, and it put it on the internet, and it just went around the world, and it just blew up after that.
And the rest is history. I'm cutting you a little bit short because they're wrapping us up, and we will hear more. We'll be talking tomorrow. In another minute or so. But remember, everybody watching, we want you to go and comment. You can comment. Thank you to the trucking industry. But if you go on, you like, you share, you comment, you have an opportunity not just to win the 500 wreaths for the cemetery of your choice, but we're also going to be randomly giving away some hats. We're going to be giving away our little Lego trucks that are a real hit. We're going to be giving away a bunch of Wreaths Across America support gear. If you want to call to donate, it's 877-385-9504.
Or you can go to wreathsacrossamerica.org /WAATRK.
Exactly. But please comment, share. We want to get as many folks supporting these guys from the trucking industry as possible. Please, there are many ways to donate if you're on the Facebook page, if you're on the website. So right now we're going to bring in another important member. Marl, you can stick around.
I will. I just want to say one more thing. You're going to bring on Barry Pottle.
I am.
And,
you stole my introduction line.
Well, Barry was very instrumental on getting the TCA involved in what
Absolutely.
we're doing.
And I was going to ask him that in my
Barry,
interview.
Look, I just want
Barry,
to tell
I've been
Barry.
on stage. Come on, Barry Pottle. Barry.
I want to tell you, Barry, honestly, back in the beginning of this, as it started to grow because of that famous photograph that was on the internet, Karen and I and the kids actually went to, this was after Christmas, and the wreath season was over that particular year, way back in the mid-'90s, I guess it was. And we said, geez, we're going to need a lot of trucks to haul the wreaths. And we were actually, every time we'd meet a truck on the road, we'd write down the name of the truck. Because we thought that's the only way you could possibly do this. And then all of a sudden, and like I say, the good Lord has a lot to do with this. He brought Barry Pottle in, and it was really history after that. He did so much for us. And I just wanted to say that.
Did you tell him to say that, Barry?
No, I didn't.
You didn't. All right,
He
so
did a good job.
he did a great job. Okay, so Barry is also on the board of Wreaths Across America. He's been on the board for quite some time. Keeps me straight, give me a little talking to today, and I took it right to heart, Barry. Just know I put it in my notes. But Barry, you are a longtime member of the TCA, and we just want to give you an opportunity to talk about some things going on with you and the trucking industry. So I'm going to hand you this mic.
Well, thanks, Karen and Morrill. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the trucking industry right now. I'm past chairman of the TCA, the Truckload Carriers Association, and I'm also incoming chair of the American Trucking Association. So I'm very blessed to lead the trucking industry. But back about 14 years ago, when Morrill called me to ask me if I would donate a truck to come to Arlington, and then he had another load, I said, I'll come down and talk to you about that. And it all took off, and I drove the first load to Arlington. Yes. And the experiences and stuff that I got out of that is something I'm very blessed with, and a lot of memories. And I told Morrill during that trip, I said, Morrill, I'll help you next year find some trucks. And I think that year you did about 5, and the next year we did like 18, and then up to 40, and then up to 80, and now we're going to be up to almost 600 trucks. And I think you're going to do about 2 million Wreaths this year, maybe, or
I think so. Yeah.
That's a great accomplishment, and I am so blessed to be a part of this. And what I'm really blessed about is that all the truckers that I called, and they experienced it, they had the same feeling about this that I did in the beginning. And so, this is the reason we all come together here tonight, is to support our veterans and support Wreaths Across America. So I'm very thankful you got me involved with this, and I feel like I'm part of the family.
You certainly are. Yes, you are.
So.
Don't give him the microphone again. We're on a time.
I'm holding on to it.
Okay. So guys, thank you so much. We're going to be talking to you a little bit later. We'll see you a little bit. Barry, thanks for taking the time. And hey, we couldn't do what we do, Barry, without you and your help on the logistics and all that. And I did take my notes, and we'll talk later. Okay, honey, I'll catch up with you later. Behave yourself while you're out there. So right now we're going to bring on some friends of Wreaths Across America. And I joked about getting his name wrong, so I'm just going to invite Spanky and Lisa in, because that's how I know them. And longtime supporters of Wreaths Across America. And you are here representing your company name, which is?
Yes, Spangenberg Partners.
And you've been involved with Wreaths Across America for a little while. Well, how did that all start?
Yes, Barry Pottle, the gentleman you just spoke with, invited us several years ago, sat on the board of the Truckload Carriers Association, and he said, hey, we're building this coalition around this new, wonderful operation called Wreaths Across America. And my answer to Barry was, because I trust him, was we're all in, just give details. And so we got involved, and I think this is our 4th or 5th year involved with Wreaths Across America all together. It's been amazing.
And you guys, you went with us on the convoy, and you got to drive that little Chevy thing, and you just ate that right up, didn't you? Oh my God! He was like, every time we stopped, was it a Camaro?
It was a Camaro.
It was a little Chevy Camaro.
Thank you,
every time we'd stop somewhere, he'd get out and he's polishing it up and shining that smile out there. But it was very moving. That first year that you drove down, what was the most memorable thing?
Yeah, it was. So I grew up in a military family, and I grew up loving my dad, the Navy man, and then older brother Air Force, middle brother Marines. But just seeing how my dad would keep to the traditions and the heritage of the military and of the Navy, and handing that down, and then to see that this wasn't just my dad. It was an entire world, a community of people that just loved the armed services and what these men and women do in sacrificing their lives so that we can have the freedoms we do. It was seeing all of that come alive, where I'm stepping actually into the story.
One of the times I actually caught him with a tear was at the Liberation Monument. You want to speak about that a little bit?
Yeah, you bet. Yes, in the Spangenberg heritage, the whole Jewish lineage is just so rich for us. And to realize that this great nation came to the rescue, and then to see that depicted in a soldier who's taking out a concentration camp survivor, just absolutely tore my heart out. And I was both so proud of that heritage, but also so proud of how the countries have come together to defend our liberties and the things that are right. It's just amazing.
Super. So you're going to join us again sometime on the Convoy?
Yes, we will join you on the Convoy, but nonetheless, we are staunch supporters, and I even want to say to the folks here, because we actually do need help. From a truckload perspective, we're delivering more wreaths than ever before. There's a lot of a gap that needs to be filled. We need help. And we're reaching out to our network. We want to reach out to the folks in the Wreaths Across America world, wreathsacrossamerica.org, WAA, Wreaths Across America, TRK.
Oh my
so
gosh.
hit that and
I can take a break
participate. Yeah. Help us. That's what we're asking.
Absolutely. You know, there's some opportunities going on, and I'm probably going to get corrected by somebody. But we also and Rob's going to come on later and tell the details. But we have a trailer that's going to be going into Arlington this year, and any company that comes on and sponsors a pallet load of wreaths, and I don't have the numbers, but if you sponsor a pallet during tonight's event, then your name goes in a drawing, and you could have a space for your logo on that trailer that will go the length of the convoy. So Rob's going to be coming in to talk about that. Please, guys, everybody get on. You don't even have to just get on to donate. Get on, say a thank you. If you've got pictures, we've had a lot of people send you pictures of those trucks coming in to deliver the wreaths. Say a thank you. If you know who your driver was, lots of times the drivers will go back to the same place over and over. So they're telling us we have to stop. Guys, it's so good to see you. You are so beautiful. I love you guys.
Well, thank you so much for all your support. We really appreciate it.
Indeed. Thank you for your work.
Bring that smile on the convoy again soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and I think one of the big things to talk about too is as you look at
guys.
getting that involvement, and as people get involved at the local level, there's all those different ways you can do it, because a lot of businesses, a lot of individuals want to get out there and they want to show their support for veterans, and Wreaths Across America is a great way to get out there and get your name associated with something that's really doing wonderful things, for our service members in recognition of what they're doing.
Absolutely. You know, Wreaths Across America, there's something for everybody at Wreaths Across America. Please call your donation in, get on, make a comment. Please share. We want as many people watching. She's pointing to that number again. You want to go with it again?
Of course. It is. Well, we can't say it enough. It's 877-385-9504.
So next we're going to bring in Lee Gentry from Bennett International. Had a great event, a week ago? It seems like. A couple of weeks ago, right during the storm, right?
Yes, it was.
So,
Driver's Appreciation Week.
Super. You want to tell us about that?
Oh, I'd love to. Well, we planned it for a few months. The Driver's Appreciation event with a great team, Chris and Phil and Kim and all kind of folks there, and then they got behind the Wreaths Across America, and we reached out to them and they sent down their Wreaths Across America education trailer. So we kind of put that all together to try to help raise funds for Andersonville National Cemetery, which is south of us, and we've been working on that for a while. So we had a Wreaths honor ride, which was organized by Phil D'Souza with our team. And we put that on the outside of the county and brought them in. We had bikers coming in. We had the Patriot Guard riders a part of that, and employees and drivers. Had 50 plus bikes in there, police from 3 different organizations within our area. And we had a Huey helicopter that escorted the whole program to Bennett, and that got really everybody involved. We have all of our employees outside with American flags waving, and just trying to make sure that people are aware how important Wreaths Across America is. We had we had 3 radio stations there that broadcasted live the next day when we actually did the Wreaths Across America presentation, and got involved. We had a tote board on the stage, and different people came up and presented money, and we toted up the wreaths, and so. Our passion is try to help, and I think people just need to get involved, get creative, and that's what we did. We put a full page ad in our local newspaper we had a car show, come and see the Wreaths Across America educational trailer, so it was a great 2-day event.
Well, I think that's a great part about the program is that when you think about Wreaths Across America, so often people think about just that day in which we're going to go lay these wreaths down, but really the mission is year-round. And when you look at the wonderful banner behind us, and it talks about that mission of being those 3 pillars of remember, honoring, and teaching. And I think the teaching component is probably one of the most underrepresented but most important things that Wreaths does, because when you look at the clientele, when you look at educating folks in our community about what the true sacrifices that service members are making, that's real value that can be brought not only to those service members that have passed, but those that are still around.
Exactly. And I can't say enough about the boots on the ground, and that's people like you, sir, and especially now it's twofold. It's not just getting online and giving. It's getting out there in the community and doing these kind of events. You had a pretty successful event, right? How you doing on covering your cemetery?
Oh, we're doing good. There's 20,000 grave sites. So our goal this year is to get to 5,000. Last year, I think we got to 3, and before that, they had 600. So we're coming a ways with them.
So you need to tell everybody in your contact list. Somebody needs to go on, put your URL of your cemetery on the Facebook in the comments. As many people go on, you go in and draw, and you could win 500 wreaths tonight.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, just tell them, get out there.
Get out there and sign up and get on Wreaths Across America.
Somebody needs to put your URL for your...
That's Chris. Chris,
Yeah,
I know Chris is
come on,
listening.
Chris.
Put it out there for us so people can see it and donate. That'd be awesome.
And anybody in your contact list, your friends, family, all the people go on, just comment, and it will be a random drawing, and anybody can win those 500 wreaths. And once you put your location on there, Susan's going to be giving a shout out so people will know that they can give to your location as well. So they don't necessarily just have to give to this fundraising for the trucking tonight. They can give to your location. Thank you so much for being who you are and helping the mission.
And if you want to be part of that
it.
solution, you go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK, or you can call. You can call
1-877-385-9504. But please, share. We want as many people. I don't care if you got 10 kids, have them all go on and they can win 500 wreaths. There's going to be 2 separate drawings for 500 wreaths, along with some other things as well. So please call in, share. Post some pictures. If you got pictures, thank a driver if you know who the driver is. We're trying to get 550 wreaths, 550 boxes of wreaths sponsored tonight. Right now we're only at 700 wreaths. We got a long ways to go. The evening is young. We're going to keep talking until we get 550 boxes.
So if you
of
want
wreaths.
us to stop talking, you need to
That's
go right there.
And
Wreaths Across America.
Then we have a plan B of Susan's that we might have to break out later. But
so again, if you
right
want us to
now,
stop,
I want to bring in
wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK or 877-385-9504. And now we're ready for our next guest.
Our next guest, I'm going to bring in the chairman of the board of Wreaths Across America.
The chairman.
Wayne Hansen, good friend of the family, promised me he's going to be on his best behavior. You're going to give your speech. You can, do you want to give your speech?
No.
Go give your speech.
No, I can't do that. We're here serious.
Oh, serious business.
Tonight.
Okay, Wayne, let me say nice things about you. Wayne has been involved with Wreaths Across America about 26 years.
25, 26.
25, 26. He can't remember, but he was there at least the second year, if not the first. He now is the location coordinator for Arlington National Cemetery and the chairman of the board. He also is a Vietnam era veteran. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did know that.
Yeah. He's kind of a good guy. So anyway, what do you got to say?
We just need, it's a wonderful event here tonight. That there's a lot of people out here, but we need people out there in the audience to call in and support us. We need some wreaths being sponsored. We need some donations out there. Looking for the truckers. Everything out there all boils down to getting our veterans remembered and honored on Wreath Day, December 15th. We're looking at trying to cover all of those markers that are out there, especially for my own personal thing is at Arlington. I want to make sure that we cover all the markers there at Arlington again this year. We have for the last 3 years, and we want to continue that operation going on. So we encourage everybody out there that's listening, share the websites, share the information with your friends and family so we can get some people in donating and sponsoring us.
Do you have your Arlington page in the URL on Facebook?
I do.
You do? Good job.
It's out there. I'm a dinosaur when it comes to all this computer stuff, but we try to encourage everybody to get out there and check us all out.
Okay, so I also want to say that there is a button to donate that donates to help directly with the trucking. So the $5 of every donation for a wreath will go to support trucking. But you also can look, you can see all of the URLs and the locations that are mentioned below, and you can give to any location. And those wreaths and any fundraising dollars go back to that location. So this isn't just about Arlington. Arlington is just one of the locations that's been put in the URL. URL list. Please keep liking and sharing and help us, because we got a long ways to go. And like I said, we want to make sure that people understand just how important the trucking industry is to Wreaths Across America, because honestly, it costs more than $15 to ship a wreath. So we absolutely need the help. Most of it is donated, but the logistics piece of what we do is really, really huge. And time's a wasting. You know,
Well,
it's getting close.
And if you want to help, because we're asking for help, and if you want to get it there, you can call 877-385-9504. That's the number. Or online, very easy, wreathsacross.org/WAATRK. Either way gets you where we need to be.
Right, and I do want to give a shout out. There are people manning the phones at the office. Some don't feel very good either, but they're out there tonight to answer questions. Also, if you're listening, you can sign up a new location. You can do that. Go to the website and you look for locations. If you do not have a Wreaths Across America location in your area, there is no charge to do that. And actually, the founder, my husband, donates the ceremonial wreaths. So if you want to get started just by having just a ceremony, the 7 ceremonial wreaths are donated. It is a misconception that we only do national and state veteran cemeteries, because Wreaths Across America goes anywhere that a veteran is buried. Every veteran is honored equally. So Susan is either dancing or telling me to wrap this up. So Wayne, I'll see you later. Try to stay out of trouble.
Okay, I'll try to do that. And remember, get out there, sponsor, donate. We need the help, and we need the truckers to help us also. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, so next we're going to bring in Daniel Buchanan and David Guthrie of Randall Riley, longtime supporters. Come on in, guys. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you again. This
Thanks
is
so
Joe.
much for coming.
I think we've met before. This is Joe.
Welcome.
Joe is he's with us from Easter Seals. I don't know if you heard that, and he also runs a program called Veterans Counts or Equal.
Well, and I think that's one of the things that we talk about. You know, the whole part of getting part of Wreaths Across America is that, you know, going that whole way and recognizing what our service members have given to this country. And for me, it's also looking at what they have left to give. And so when you walk through Arlington, these graves aren't going on just combat veterans that have died in combat, but really anyone that's ever served this country, whether in wartime or not. And I think it's a great way to recognize what veterans are able to contribute back to society as part of that. And one of the important things of what Easter Seals does is just that, to get folks back out there and back to work. So we're really proud, and we're very proud of the fact that this is our 3rd year as being a partner with Wreaths Across America.
So you guys look absolutely stunning. This is just like red carpet. Isn't this great? Yeah. Anyway, tell us how you got involved with Wreaths Across America.
I think our company, Randall Riley, was involved 6 years ago.
Wow.
And it came through a young gentleman named Brad Bentley that got involved with TCA and then got Randall Riley involved. And we all had children at the time, and so to remember, teach, and honor is really, really a good thing to remember our children, to be able to give that information to them so they can see really the true value of what our country was built on. And so with that, it's an honor to be a part of the Wreaths Across America.
Yes.
Anything you want to say, Daniel?
So sure. So I think it's also very important to Randall Riley because of the close connection that we have to the cause. Our current CEO, Brent Riley, his dad was our former CEO, Mike Riley.
Yeah.
Mike's dad he served he was a major in the Marines. He served in World War II, Korean War, if I'm not mistaken, right? Passed away at a very young age in his younger 30s, and he's buried in Arlington Cemetery.
And his mother.
And his mother, that's right, his mother too. So it's very neat for us to have that connection.
It is. I had the honor of giving Mike a tour of the Wreaths Across America Museum, and I give a lot of tours, and it's very emotional for me. And I joked with him that we did the tour, and he made me cry the whole day. And he loved his parents. He loved the story. He's so emotional about it. And we then went out on the tipland, and it was pouring rain, but he wanted to do a dog tag. And we have the dog tag program. We haven't talked about that tonight, but we do have the dog tag program. So Mike, Marl, and I, and a few others went out. Pouring rain, so we were right behind Camp Freedom, and we went out, and he placed that tag. So now when we're out at the porch at Camp Freedom, we're looking right at Mike's tag. But I will tell you, he touched me. The love that he had, the story that he told about his family's service, and you know that it's wonderful to have corporate support, but when you have people that really understand it, you really become part of the family, and we just so appreciate your involvement for all these years.
Well, Mike's
We're
a
blessed to do
very
it.
unique individual, and he loves Wreaths Across America, and that's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
Well, we love you guys. You see that woman going like this? She's driving me nuts with that. It's so good to see you. I'm actually going to throw this microphone away.
No microwaving microphones.
No,
Thank you so
that'd
much,
be very
gentlemen.
blonde. And I'll be joining you guys shortly. She's pushing me over this way. Oh, I guess
We gotta
we're
get centered.
wandering. We got to get centered.
Well, we get people come, we have people go.
I
We've got
know,
lots of folks
coming
we
and
can talk
going,
to today.
coming
But
and
if you're
going.
just joining us, because we've been going now for a little while,
Yep.
I don't know how long we've been going.
No, I'm not hungry yet, so we're okay.
We must be good. But
Yeah.
if you are just joining us, what are we doing here again?
We are raising money to help support the trucking of the wreaths to over 1,500 locations it will be this year all over the country. And once again, we are here at the Truckload Carriers Association Gala in Washington, D.C., and I'd mess up the hotel name. It's Crystal Gateway Marriott.
Crystal Gateway Marriott. You got
And
it.
they have been absolutely fantastic. I love, first thing I noticed about this hotel when you come in the lobby, it smells so good. It's a wonderful place. They've been
It's-
so accommodating.
And if you want to help, because
But
we're
if you
looking
want
for
to
help.
help,
If you
I'm
want to
sorry,
help,
get me on task.
well, it's very important. We've got limited time. It's an
Okay,
important
okay,
evening.
okay.
We want you to go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK, or you can call 877-385-9504. Both of those will get you on with us, and you can hopefully make your donation to help support shipping these wreaths to where they need to go.
Absolutely, because we do use some FedEx. We use a lot of different modes of transportation, and we're always working on logistics. It's a very, very big project. Please make sure you're going on. If you are a location, put the URL from your location page. If you are a group, you can put the URL from your group fundraising page, and Susan's going to be giving us some names later to read these off so we can call attention to help you raise funds. I'm actually going to step away, but I'm going to wait until I bring this next beautiful lady in because I haven't seen her in a long time. And this is Jill Stevenson, and she is the mother of Ben Kopp. And she's going to come in here exuding Benergy, and I haven't seen my love in a long time. And I'm going to leave you, and I don't know, have you met?
I have not met Jill. Jill, so very nice to meet you. Thank you for being here with us tonight.
And I think, and I'm going to step away, correct?
But you'll
I'm
be
looking
back.
for direction. I will be back, but I have to attend this lovely party for a little bit. But I think that you're going to have some interesting things in common
Well,
as you
absolutely.
introduce each other, okay? And I'll catch up with you in a bit.
Well, Jill, thank you so much for being with us. She mentioned Benergy.
Yes.
So for those that might not be familiar with it, what is Benergy?
Benergy is the energy that I feel in regards to my son Ben. It's a feeling that exudes happiness and gratitude and love and praise and faith and joy and so many things. Something that's shared probably between you and I imagine. I see you have a ranger.
I do.
Ranger
I do. And Ben was with the third battalion, correct? And he now tell us a little bit about his service and how he got into the service and what he did.
Ben decided to join the Army out of reverence for his great-grandfather and to honor those who died on 9/11. He made that decision when he was 13 years old and then joined in his senior year of high school. And 1 month after he graduated, he was at Fort Benning, Georgia, trained with the infantry, and became a Ranger 7 months later.
That's a very impressive career. Yes. And yes, as you mentioned, now he was in Afghanistan when he was killed, correct? And he was with the third battalion of the Rangers. Because I thought it was interesting when I was reading some of the bio on you and the story, and it struck me that I had worked with 3rd Battalion in the past. I'm a 10th Mountain veteran, but that the 3rd Battalion was actually there in Afghanistan while I was there on my second deployment. And we actually worked very closely with Bravo Company, 3rd Battalion, Ranger Regiment. I don't think he was Bravo Company.
He was Charlie Company.
So he was in a different area, but we were actually there in Afghanistan at the same time. But it's that small community nature of being around it. And unfortunately, he passed away due to his wounds. I mean, that must have been an absolutely crushing blow for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Ben was my only child. So I never expected that I would lose him. I never expected that I would get that call. I was fortunate. As funny as that may sound, Ben was wounded in Afghanistan, but he died at Walter Reed 8 days later. He succumbed to his injuries there, but he was declared brain dead 8 days after he was shot, but that brain death enabled him to become an organ donor, which enabled him to save directly 4 lives and enhance 55 more.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. So someone that just gave all and then gave more and kept giving, and it's I think it's a great story to be able to tell and share. And it's one of the things that amazes me is dealing with working with Gold Star families is the strength that they bring to their lives. And even though they go through an unthinkable loss, they're able to make something truly positive about it. And I just can't thank you enough for being here tonight and taking something that could crush people and making it into a truly positive experience. So just thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Jill. I look forward to talking to you a little bit more later in it. Well, again, and we're going to keep moving on here with our show, and I'm very honored to now introduce a Medal of Honor recipient, Sergeant Sammy Davis, who is with us this evening. Sergeant Davis, good to see you again, sir.
Good evening, sir. Good to be with you, sir.
Well, we were talking earlier this evening as we have just met, but immediately kicked it off because that's what Army guys do.
Cool.
And one of the things we were talking about was the importance of telling our story. You're going to be our keynote speaker this evening, so people are going to get to hear your story. But why is it important to tell that story?
What we've found over the years is that most veterans would rather not talk about it. But in not talking about it, it molds and festers inside your soul, and that creates problems. Well, if you can encourage the veterans to talk about it, it brings it out into the sunlight and eats the mold off, and it just makes it easier. And after many years, they find it's easier to talk about it. So that's why us older veterans get with our younger veterans and trying to encourage them to go ahead and let it out. Just talk about it. You can start off talking about the little simple things and then get into the little bit more serious things, and it works.
It does, and I think when veterans are talking to each other, I think obviously there's a connection almost instantly. You see it every time you meet someone.
Oh, most certainly.
But I think one of the challenges sometimes is when you're talking to someone, and this goes on both ends, when you're a veteran talking to someone who's never served, or when you've never served and talking to a veteran, the difficulty in relating to that person. I mean, how have you found in your years how that is going to be, how to cope with that, how to get over that?
Well, it's been interesting talking with non-veterans, and what I try to express to them is the fact that there are many ways to serve your country. Yes, I was in the military, and I served my job. I did for my brothers what I knew they'd do for me, but you, sir, as a non-veteran, there are many things that you can do, and being part of Wreaths across America. Mm-hmm. Now, that is one way that you can serve your nation and the veterans. So that's just a simple way that we can express to them that all of us can serve. Huh?
Absolutely. You told me a great story about when you first were awarded the Medal of Honor and how you, there's two stories actually. There's one, what happened with that, and two, what General Westmoreland had said to you about something. I think that kind of fed into why you're telling your story, but if you could share that with everyone, I think it'd be great.
Well, General Westmoreland, I told him that, well, sir, he wanted me to go talk to the troops, every military base in the world, actually. And I said, sir, I don't know if I can do that. I've just always been kind of a shy, reserved, redheaded little fella. And here, General Westmoreland, which I admired like a daddy, he wanted me to go talk to all these troops. I said, sir, I don't think I can do that. And he said, well, son, all you have to do is open up your heart and let them look in. So that's what I've been doing these last 50-some years, is that I'm not a great speaker, but I just let people look in my heart.
Well, and I thank you for being here tonight and opening up that heart to the crowd and letting us know. So, and now the other side of that story was on kind of the more comical side as well, that you are a film star. At least half of you is a film star.
Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And yes, sir, I am the real Forrest Gump.
And I think you have to elaborate on that, because I know what you're talking about. But
well, if everyone is interested, if they would just Google the real Forrest Gump, then the whole story comes up. In the movie Forrest Gump, when Forrest is receiving the Medal of Honor, that is my actual film footage of when President Johnson awarded me the Medal of Honor, and Winston Groom decided to use that in the film. So that's how I became the real Forrest Gump. The rest of the movie lightly touches my life.
Wow. Well, it's pretty incredible when you think about your life and what when you made the decision to serve, you had no idea what you were getting yourself into. None of us ever do.
I had an idea of what service was because all of the males in my family had served before me. So I had there again. They didn't talk about it, but I had heard little comments and where they'd been, and so I knew kind of what my job was going to be. But I didn't really have any idea what my job was going to be. So what I learned was that you do for your brothers what you know they'll do for you.
Absolutely, and I think that's absolutely the just what you see every time you talk to a service member, and that's the only thing they'll say, regardless of what award they've been given, whether it be a Medal of Honor or an Army Commendation Medal. They'll say, "I just did what I was told to do. I just did my job, and everyone else was doing it around me."
Yes, sir.
Sir, an absolute honor. We'll hear more for you this evening, and look forward to. Thank you, sir.
Cool.
All righty, and so now we'll be going in with Deb. I'll be bringing in Debbie Sparks, and Renee Worcester, and Wendy. Oh, we got a whole big crowd. Are we gonna have room? All of the. All right, I'm gonna stand in the. And Karen walked off with her microphone too. Oh, we got it back.
All right. You ladies could do that one, yeah.
Oh, we get 50. We can split it half and half.
That's fine.
There we go.
And you'll be in the middle.
I'll be in the middle. It's perfect. It's perfect.
That's not bad for you.
Well, and before we get started, because it's been a while since I've said it, I do want to mention, because we are here raising funds.
That's right.
And if you want to be helpful and you want to help out, I can actually see it on the ground. It's actually nice. It's 877-385-9504, or you can go to readsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK. And that's how you can help us out tonight. And what this is, again, to help out the trucking industry in getting these wreaths to where they need to be. So, well, ladies, tell us about why are you here this evening?
We'll go down the line. Okay. I'm Renee Worcester, and I'm married into this family, this crazy family that started Wreaths Across America, and it has been just a ride since then. So, I do everything from some corporate outreach to communications, anywhere that they see fit, really, because we're all kind of a cohesive team that just knows where to jump in to make the mission move forward, and that's definitely what these two ladies standing next to you do, Wendy and Brenda, who are part of the image committee for TCA. But why, I guess I want to ask you ladies, why do you think Wreaths Across America is so important to the trucking industry? Is it the mission? Is it, I know that the trucking industry is so patriotic. So why do you think it's so important for the image of the trucking industry?
I think I tag it as heroes delivering wreaths to heroes. And I think it's so important because the trucking industry are heroes to our country. But then we're able to take the moment in December to recognize our true heroes of our country, which are those who have served our country faithfully, who have passed away, and those who passed away while serving our country. So I think as an industry, we are very, very blessed to be a part of the mission of Wreaths Across America.
Yeah.
Sure.
Add to it.
I think from a carrier perspective, I think a lot of the drivers in today's world are ex-military or retired military or served at their country at some point, and they feel very honored to be able to deliver those wreaths. We have one driver that is ex-military, and he delivers a load of wreaths to Arlington every year, and you would not be able to take that load away from him at all. He's so honored, and he's done his whole truck up in a military theme to honor those that have served. So I think that's the key, is a lot of truck drivers themselves are ex-military.
I know in my family, and I know in a lot of families, it's become a tradition. Do you think it's become a tradition in the trucking industry to kind of come on and spread the word and spread the mission?
Oh, for sure. So we got involved about 5 or 6 years ago, and every year we bring more people out to the wreath laying day. And again, I said our driver would not give it up at all. He has met many friends on the convoy down from Maine, and they've formed a little family. And to him, this is the highlight of his career every year, to go on that trip.
Yeah, I know that everyone has a story on how they got involved, and one of those people is Debbie here, and she actually started with TCA. Yeah. And do we say that we stole you? We didn't steal you. We just brought you on full time. Roll shift. So we actually have her on full time for a full time mission, and she has been instrumental in bringing new drivers on. And I know that you work with these ladies a lot and bringing new carriers and new independent drivers on.
So I have the joy and pleasure of being the recruiter. So I get to recruit all of our truck companies. And it all came to be about 8 years ago at TCA when Barry Pottle said it was just getting too big. And we took it on as a charity program. And never once was there ever a question of could we not do it. Unlimited support from our members. The staff was able to dedicate their time. But it just keeps growing, and it's now a full-time position to try to find all the carriers to come in. I'm happy to report that I am talking non-stop to carriers every day. I spend a half an hour with each new company, sharing the mission, making sure they know the background. But I do have to say that the trucking industry, we can't do it alone. There are real costs to get these wreaths delivered. So if you can and you're in a position to donate, please do. 877-385-9504. Please donate. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of wrap up to thank you two ladies, because you do spearhead this and you have taken this mission on as part of your own. And I know, Wendy, it's very near and dear to your heart as well in the stories. So thank you both for what you do in order to move this mission forward, because without the trucking industry, this could not happen. Our mission could not be fulfilled every single year. So thank you both.
We are proud to be a part of it, and thank you for all y'all do.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. And again, before we bring on our next guest, one more, can't say it enough, 877-385-9504 or wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK. I'm now bringing over with me Scott Manthe from Wilson Trucking. Scott's going to be coming on board. Scott, welcome. How are you this evening?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. So tell me, how did you and Wilson Logistics get involved with Wreaths Across America?
Well, Wilson has been involved for several years, as have I. But I will tell you, when I first heard about Wreaths, it was a general session at an annual meeting, and I'd never seen about 1,100 people in a somber silence when they did the presentation, and it was very moving, and it makes it easy to participate in a cause like that. But for Wilson, the Wilson family, all our associates, we don't take our freedoms for granted. And we know that families have lost loved ones, to give us these freedoms. So for us, it's just a small token of gratitude to say thank you for those that have given the ultimate sacrifice.
No, and certainly it's absolutely an amazing way to do so. I would assume that anything you think logistics and you think of what the military is doing on a day-to-day basis. I'm assuming you probably have quite a few of military hires in your organization as well.
Yes, we do. We have military hires. We actually have a program, a training program for military, to help teach them how to drive trucks and help them build a career in transportation.
And what kind of, when you are bringing on a veteran, what are the types of things that you as an organization are hoping to get back from that?
Well, obviously we want to have a good associate, but we also want to give back. These folks have gone and done some things that a lot of people haven't, put themselves in harm's way, and if we can help them in any way to get a job and a career that can take them long into the future, that's what we're looking for. There's usually a great commitment with military people, and we appreciate that on our staff as well. So that's pretty much what we look for.
Well, Scott, we really appreciate you being here tonight and everything that you and Wilson Logistics do for Wreaths Across America and our veterans.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Are you coming back now?
I'm coming back.
I missed
my gosh,
you.
you're going to have my job if I'm not careful. Okay, so you and I are going to get to go eat.
Oh,
and Susan and the rest of the team are going to come in. They're going to keep going here. There's a lot to see, guys. Don't go away. We're going to be coming to you live from the TCA floor. You're going to get to hear Sammy Davis, Medal of Honor recipient.
I purposely did not talk about how he was given the Medal of Honor just because I knew it was coming up. It's a teaser.
Yeah, teaser.
So you know how good it is.
So did I say something wrong?
So right now we're going to a Wreaths Across America story video.
And you and I are going to
we're
go
gonna
eat.
So
and
enjoy
so
this
we'll
video,
be back.
and
Okay,
we'll be back.
look at, she's rolling us off. Catch you in a little bit, guys. Thanks for being with us. We have a saying here that you die twice. First when you stop breathing, and the second time when your name is spoken for the very last time.
When I'm out here, it's peaceful, it's relaxing, and I feel that connection with my son and with God.
You don't have to go very deep into a person's family to come up with a veteran.
The biggest fear Gold Star families have that their child will be forgotten.
Wreaths Across America is an organization that is like no other. It almost touches every person in the United States at some level.
Wreaths Across America at this point has become an incredible opportunity to teach what we are as Americans and what constitutes the goodness in this country.
Every veteran should be respected. They work hard for us.
We need to never forget freedom wasn't free.
Wreaths Across America started almost 27 years ago when my husband, who was in the wreath business, had too many wreaths.
We had about a truckload left over that year, which is about 5,000. I mean, we was trying to think of what we could do with them that would do maybe some good to some people. Thought about Arlington National Cemetery.
He's very patriotic. He just wanted to say thank you.
Out of respect for what we have in this country.
So it became a family tradition.
And it just struck a chord, I guess. It went around the world. This year we'll be placing about 1.6 million wreaths on the graves of the veterans.
The Wreaths Across America wreath laying is really, it's a celebration of life. That one wreath symbolizes one family that was able to smile because of the generous donations.
And you look at the iconic picture and grave after grave after grave and the vastness of it with a wreath on every headstone. But then as you just visualize it, you draw closer and closer and closer and you come to one name. And every name is as important as the other. Every name had a different story.
January 18th of 2005.
My older brother Billy served for over 20 years before we lost him.
He cared enough for his country and for others that he offered his life for them, for their freedom.
It's really important that people understand that Wreath Day is an event, but Wreaths Across America is a year-round mission.
We also place wreaths at 1,500 other locations.
My ultimate goal is to place a wreath on every single veteran's grave.
The whole remembrance tree started by just friendship with Gold Star families.
I thought it'd be nice to make a dog tag up and give them that tag and say, you can put that on any tree you want, and that becomes your family's tree.
And every 3 years, we'll take those branches from those trees and we'll make them into veterans' wreaths.
It just gives us hope that people won't be forgotten.
I didn't really get it at first until I stepped back. You hear all the noise in the background and it's all the dog tags in the wind.
I look at his stone and it's like such reality that he's gone. But when I come here, the tree is living. And I feel like his spirit's alive in it, and it's comforting.
Their character, their sacrifice is not just our past, it's our future. And the foundation of this country was built on the lives of those men and women that we choose to honor.
Hello, America, and thank you so much for joining our first annual virtual convoy. We're coming to you live from the Gateway Marriott Hotel in Washington, D.C., and we are so excited that you're joining us this evening because, as we said, our sole purpose for being here this evening is to fill a truck with veterans' wreaths, and that's going to count on you. It's going to require your support to call in and to get online and to sponsor a wreath now. And don't wait, don't put it off. Go to your phones, go to your computer now and sponsor a wreath. You know, a $15 sponsorship gets you a veteran's wreath placed on the headstone of a fallen hero somewhere throughout our country. And tonight, the really cool thing that we're doing is of that $15 donation for a wreath, $5 is going to go back to our transportation fund to support our transportation logistics. As you can imagine, Wreaths Across America started with Arlington National Cemetery, and that's our first cemetery, our nation's cemetery. But we also have over 1,400 other participating locations across the country and overseas. So we really depend on your support to say thank you to our fallen heroes. What we're going to be doing shortly is we've joined you for the first hour of our virtual convoy. Karen Worcester, our executive director, and Joe Regan with Easter Seals Maine Veterans Count hosting the first hour and bringing you some tremendous interviews from our sponsors and from our members of the trucking industry who are so crucial in doing what it is that we do with Wreaths Across America. We could not do it without our trucking partners, and we could not do it without you. So please, don't delay. Go to your phones now, go online, and make a donation of a veteran's wreath. We're going to the gala. And we are going to get the gala in just a moment, as they are going to be opening, and they are going to be doing a presentation of colors. We're going to have a wonderful rendition of the national anthem by Lindsay Lawler and Chris Roberts. And then we're going to be bringing you throughout the course of the evening to the gala inside so that you can see what's happening. We're going to hear a little bit more from Jill Stevenson, our American Gold Star mother, who was just interviewed a while back. And you have another opportunity, of course, to hear from our Medal of Honor recipient, Sergeant Sammy Davis. And we are so thrilled to have him here and be able to share his incredible story with you as he goes and talks to the folks who are in the gala. So we've got many, many reasons for you to stay tuned, stay with us. I think we've mentioned, if we haven't, we're going to be giving away 2 packages of 500 wreaths. So what you have to do is you have to get onto our Facebook stream, and you have to like us, and you have to share your information and put it out there for us so that we can give you a shout out on the air, and you can get a chance to win one of those $500 packages of wreaths for your participating location. And that's a really special giveaway that we're going to be doing a little bit later on in the show. So please be sure to stay tuned, share our live stream, call up a friend, say, hey, are you aware of the fact that Wreaths Across America is going live right now from the Gateway Marriott? Get your folks to tune in, because we really are excited this evening, and we've already had a tremendous lineup of guests that you have heard from already. So we're going to continue the evening that way. We will be going into the gala, as I mentioned, and we've got a lot of opportunity here for you to get involved, and get involved now. Don't wait. Don't wait to the end of the show. Get on the phones right now and call our number that's available to you, and also get online and then say hello to Amber Karen.
Hi there, everyone. I just wanted to give some shout outs as we're waiting for the gala to get started tonight. We want to give a shout out to Texas Group 0275P, the Gold Star Help, Florida 0186P, American Heritage Girls, and that's in Florida 2911.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Bath National Cemetery, Florida National Cemetery. We saw Austin National Cemetery. I saw so many people. Thank you guys so much for posting on our page. Please continue to do so all night. We're going to be giving away some hats. We're going to be giving away some trucks.
We've got some great toy
building
trucks.
blocks, trucks.
Yeah.
I just took my shoes off, and so the night's young, so we got a ways to go. But they're getting a little late behind getting the gala started, so we just wanted to jump in and say hi to everybody. So please continue to donate. Those $15 makes a huge difference. It's for every $15, $5 goes back to either our transportation fund, or if you want to give to a group in your own hometown, find a location that's close to you, that matters to you, and give to them. And then $5 can go back to one of their supporting groups. So please, if you can do that, that's great. It's never too early to give, promise you. Promise,
and this
promise,
is just
promise.
the beginning too, Amber. So once we leave here this evening and we finish up our feed this evening, this is just the beginning. We've got just a couple of months to go before National Wreaths Across America Day, which is Saturday, December 15th. And so we've got a little bit of time here that we're going to engage with you to make sure that you help us fill our trucks across the country. And you know, it makes us proud, Amber and myself and everybody at the Wreaths Across. Yes, we do a lot of that too. But we are very proud. And you know, we really want to give a shout out too. This is just a portion of the Wreaths Across America team. We have got amazing, dedicated workers for Wreaths Across America who are back at our headquarters in Columbia Falls, Maine. Shout out to you guys. We love you. Thank you for all of your support. And they are there manning the phones, and they're going to be there after we go off the air to take your calls and to take your wreath sponsorship. So it's really important that you give us a call and let us know that you're listening and where you're listening from so that we can continue to give you a shout out. And as Amber mentioned, we've got fabulous Wreaths Across America hats. We've got our toy truck sets, which are really cool if you haven't seen that for your kids or your grandkids to get involved.
My stepson has one. They're really cool. They're great. They match with all of your other Lego sets and other sets that we have, so they're very awesome.
They really, really are. So we really hope that you're enjoying our live feed. Again, we are coming to you live from the Gateway Marriott in Washington, D.C., and this is the Truckload Carriers Association's gala that we are going to be bringing you portions of this evening. And you know, we can give you a little backstory too, because oftentimes people say to us, well, why would we spend $15 on a wreath? And you know, that wreath has a tremendous story behind it. It really does, and it's part of our Stem to Stone program that's so important. And we love to have people come to Maine to see all of the tipland where these balsam fir trees are grown. And one of our programs that we have is called Stem to Stone. Any family can come in and mark a tree as their own and hang a dog tag, replica dog tag. It's a free program. You can participate. You can find out more about it on our website. But the important thing is we have been told time and time again by our Gold Star families what a tremendous tribute that is to their fallen loved one, because it's a live tribute. That tree is growing. And probably one of the greatest myths that we have to debunk, if you will, is we're not cutting these trees down. We have a very sustainable story. The trees are actually tipped. That's what we call it. That's why we call it the tipland. So the trees are tipped, and it's actually a hand pruning process, and that allows us to collect these balsam bouquets. And our veterans wreaths are made, all of them, of 10 balsam bouquets, and each of those bouquets has a very, very special meaning behind it. So for our fallen or our Gold Star families, they know that their family tree is once again paying tribute in a veteran's wreath. So it's a very special backstory that a lot of folks don't know about Wreaths Across America, and in fact how sustainable our program is, because I got to tell you, if you could see our founder, Morrill Worcester, he babies these trees. These are like his children. These trees are very, very important to him, and the process of pruning them and growing them and making sure that they're very robust and great-looking brush going into these wreaths, and it's really important. And I think some of our Gold Star families have made the analogy that the tree stands against every kind of rough weather that the state of Maine can dish out, and it stands tall and proud, just as their service member did. So help us tonight. Help us fill a truck. That's why we're here. Fill a truck for us, and we'll be giving you shout outs throughout the evening for your sponsorships of Veterans Wreaths.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to let people know you can also order a Patriot Pair on our website, and by getting a Patriot Pair, you can actually have a wreath that's sent to your own door or a family or a loved one's door, and it has a flag that correlates with whatever branch of service that family member was from, and then another matching wreath will be placed in someone's honor at the designation of your choice. So that's a great way. If you want to have a wreath of your own, it's a great way to do it. They're available now. They're available. You can actually get them shipped for Veterans Day if you're interested, and send it to a veteran of your, that's still with us, and to let them know that they're honored and thought of. So it's a great way to do it. I can't express enough how much the gift of remembrance means for our families. I've spoken to folks across the country, and it's amazing to see. It seems silly. I actually was just we just did a.
You're not going to cry.
No, I'm not going to cry.
Okay.
It's early.
We do a lot of that.
We go a lot, yeah. But one of the great things about Wreaths Across America is that a wreath is a really simple gesture, and it seems like it's just a wreath, but it's a catalyst. It's a catalyst for you to take a pause in the busiest time of year, to say thank you, to remember and honor, and to teach our next generation. And I can't express enough until you've done it yourself, until you've experienced it, how much that placement of a wreath really matters to people. It happened to me for the first time 10 years ago, and I And here I am, never look back. And I think most people who were here this evening, and Susan, you can probably say the same thing, that once you get involved and once you are part of that experience. So, you know, even if you can't give, which we obviously hope you can, but even if you can't give, you know, volunteer in your local community. We have participating cemeteries in every state, including Hawaii and Alaska.
We also have locations overseas.
With location overseas, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And honestly, and if you would like to start a participating location, you can do that as well. And you can do that at wreathsacrossamerica.org. And if you want to sign up as a participating location, all you have to do is basically be willing to volunteer some time, and we'll certainly help you be successful. So if you don't know of a cemetery in your community, you can certainly find it on our website and look for the opportunity to set one up if you'd like to. So that's always a good opportunity for people too. And we're going to continue to grow, and we hope to one day, Morrill Worcester, as you'll hear him speak tonight, really would like every single veteran's grave, every single U.S. veteran to receive a wreath one day, and that's our ultimate goal. And I'm pretty sure we're pretty close. It's getting quiet, so I think that might mean that they might be starting the gala pretty soon. Pretty close.
You know, and
can
as
we
you
keep
mentioned,
talking? We can keep talking.
We can. Amber,
Of course
it's
we can
Susan
keep
and
talking.
Amber.
We
Can
can
we
talk.
keep talking? Of course we can. That's what we do. But no, it's really cool because Amber mentioned a very valid point is, you know, we're hoping you donate tonight. We're hoping that you sponsor a veteran's wreath, but there's so much more that you can do. You can volunteer. You can work with fundraising groups. You can work with location coordinators across the country. Almost guaranteed there is a Wreaths Across America ceremony somewhere near you in your hometown, and you can really get involved because it is a way to bring communities together. And you know, there's maybe a lot of white noise out there sometimes in the media convincing you that we're maybe all at each other's throats. We are unified, and Wreaths Across America brings people together for a common cause to say thank you. And that's what we're doing here tonight. We'll be back with you once you have a chance to go inside the TCA Gala.
And good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to TCA's 6th annual Charitable Gala in support of Wreaths Across America. It's great to see many familiar faces in the audience tonight. It's really special. Thank you for being here. With that, I'd like to thank the truckload carrier members, our associates, and industry partners. I'd also like to give a warm welcome to the members of our armed forces and military dignitaries, as well as members of the press who have joined us here tonight. Again, very special. Thank you. This evening has been made possible by our generous host, Freightliner, and Pilot Flying J. We appreciate your continued support and your dedication to the program. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank and show our gratitude to our sponsors, Travel Centers of America and Petro, Randall Riley, and DriverFax. We appreciate you making the investment in this very worthy cause. Thank you. I think you're really going to enjoy tonight's event. Many people have worked on this. I think we have an exciting night. You will have the opportunity to hear from the American Gold Star mother and professional speaker, Jill Stephenson, as well as our keynote speaker, Sergeant Sammy Davis, a Medal of Honor recipient, and last but certainly not least, Marla and Karen Worcester, as well as one of their sons, Rob. I'm looking forward to all of those, and thank you for being here. This marks the 3rd year that I've had the opportunity to work and collaborate with the Worcesters. As most of you know, they're a powerful couple. And on a side note, I'm going to go off script here a little bit. They're really a great, funny group, couple. I mean, we've had some great times, and they're very patriotic and determined. It's been a privilege to get to know them. Throughout the last few decades, the Worcesters have not only laid the groundwork of bringing individuals from all walks of life together to lay wreaths across the United States and overseas, but the tradition has continued and has skyrocketed to upwards of now 2 million wreaths. Incredible. Since 2010, thanks to the Truckload Carriers Association, then Chairman Barry Pottle, thank you, Barry, the trucking industry has been instrumental in the delivery of remembrance of wreaths. The trucking industry, more specifically its long-haul carriers, have been diligent in their willingness to give back to those who have fought for our freedoms. Each December, hundreds of long-haul carriers are proud to answer the call and to haul a truckload of respect. By the way, each one of those trucks holds 4,995 wreaths. Tonight, let's celebrate this great industry and the trucking industry's passion to help carry out Wreaths Across America's mission of remember, honor, and teach. Also taking place tonight, we have a very special opportunity, and I hope you'll all be part of it. Wreaths Across America has launched its 2018 virtual convoy at this very event. This unprecedented offering is pretty cool. We're currently live streaming on social media as I speak, and as you all know, that's worldwide. Those at home, TCA members, professional truck drivers, volunteers who lay wreaths each December, teachers, business professionals, military personnel, school-aged children, they're listening in the part of this fundraising, remembering so much the past, the history, and where we've been and where we're going. For those of you in our room, I encourage you to listen to and visit the GiveSmart mobile platform tonight to donate a box of pallets of wreaths to help fill a truckload. So that's what we're doing. A pallet of wreaths. The goal tonight is to raise $25,000. That's 550 boxes. I know we're going to do that and maybe surpass it. With help from those of you in the audience and those of you watching at home, we can reach tonight's goal. I'm certain of that. Please help me welcome to the stage Truckload Carriers Association's chairman, a great Ohioan, Dan Doran.
Before I go on, I'd like to take this moment to recognize one of our past chairmen that we lost in June of this year, a good friend, someone who was committed to this association, Tom Kretzinger. And in his honor, I'd like to recognize his nephew, Joseph Kretzinger, who's here tonight, who's in his final year at the Naval Academy. Joseph, would you please stand up? Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. It's also important that we acknowledge our industry's commitment to improving the image of trucking. The trucking industry has been an integral partner in building the Wreaths Across America program. The trucking industry employs over 3.5 million drivers, and many of them are veterans. It's also important for us to give thanks and to honor those brave men and women who have served our country, many of them who cannot be with us. Our gratitude cannot be put into words. To start our evening, please stand for the presentation of colors that's provided by the Civil Air Patrol National Capital Wing Color Guard, Arlington Composite Squadron. And please remain standing after that for TCA's Highway Angel spokesperson and our favorite Nashville recording artist, Lindsay Lawler, accompanied by Chris Roberts, who will perform our national anthem and America the Beautiful.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I'm sitting here because of what happened to me 54 years ago.
Captain in the United States Army receives the nation's highest military award.
I promised myself that I would do whatever I could, whenever and wherever, to bring honor and respect to the memories of those that made the ultimate sacrifice. Every generation, at one point or another, is called upon to defend our way of life. We're passing on the lessons of history in a way that the younger generation are curious about it and appreciative.
It's important for that next generation and teaching that next generation. So when we're not here anymore, they will carry on and they will remember and honor and teach the next generation beyond that.
The great vocation in life is to find a way that you can serve. We hope that you and your families will join Norma and me with Wreaths Across America this December.
Welcome back to our virtual Convoy America for Wreaths Across America. We are so thrilled that you are with us here this evening. It was a beautiful posting of the colors and the national anthem sung by Lindsay Lawler and Chris Roberts in the Truckload Carriers Association Gala. We are live here this evening in Washington, D.C. at the Gateway Marriott Hotel, and we are alongside the Truckload Carriers Association's sixth annual gala in support of Wreaths Across America. So we are encouraging you. Our primary goal here this evening, other than to share some information and fabulous guests and stories with you, is to get you to help us fill a truck. And we need to do that within the next 2 hours. So we're asking you to go to the phones now, pick up your phone, call, don't wait, don't leave it up to somebody else. You need to do this for us now. $15 donation is a wreath, a veteran's wreath, and you can call 877-385-9504, or you can go online to donate. We have a special address for you. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK for truck. Obviously, we're trying to fill that truck tonight, and it's going to depend on you. If you think about it, it takes about 5,000 wreaths to fill a truck to take to the headstones of our fallen veterans, and about 5,000 of you across the country call in a wreath. It's that easy. And what we're going to do to incentivize you to go to the phone is the next 5 people that call in a donation to support and to fill our truck, we will send you a great Wreaths Across America hat. So that's incentive for you to sport this fabulous Wreaths Across America hat. We have several different varieties, by the way, but I forgot my models at home, so I can't really show them to you. But we really want you to call in, because this is what it's about. It's to remember our fallen heroes, honor those who currently serve and support their families, and the most important part, teaching our younger generations the value of freedom. Freedom comes at a cost, and that's something that we all have to recognize as American citizens, that we have so many people that have stood to serve, and now we are standing to support them. We encourage you now, please go to the phones. Don't wait. Don't let somebody else take care of that responsibility. We need you to get involved now and to help support our efforts. And Carolyn Goodson, Carolyn Goodson. Well, wait a minute. Carolyn Goodson, seriously, you have just won our first package of 500 Veterans Wreaths for your location. Carolyn, let us know your location so that we can give you an additional shout out. We'd like to know where those 500 Veterans Wreaths are going to be placed this December on National Wreaths Across America Day. So many ways for you to get involved to help support our cause and our mission. And we've still got one more package of 500 wreaths to give away, but we're really asking you to support us so that we can fill our virtual truck, but that truck really is going to be heading to locations throughout our country to support our cause. As we mentioned, Arlington was our first cemetery, our nation's cemetery, starting back in 1992. But since then, we have grown thanks to you, and now we have over 1,400 participating locations, and that number is growing, and it's very easy for you to get involved. All you have to do is to go to our website, look up wreathsacrossamerica.org, and then you can go to our website, you can volunteer to get involved. And you know, all of our folks that volunteer with us, I have the privilege of being able to interview and write stories about our volunteers throughout the country, and every single volunteer that I've spoken with in an interview has said, I never knew how powerful it was going to be until I got involved. And when I placed my first veterans wreath on the headstone of a fallen service member, I was hooked. And that's the emotion, that's the catalyst that we explain that's behind that veteran's wreath. And it's made of fresh balsam evergreen. And that's too is you know, a century-old tradition of using evergreens to support and to remember and honor. So that's why we do it. And we're here tonight. We've only got a few more hours left of this virtual live stream that we're doing for the virtual convoy. So we need you to get involved. Do it now. Go to the phones now. We're giving away hats to donors who come forward. And you know, we also have a very special opportunity that's coming up. And later on in our broadcast, we're going to bring in our logistics team, our transportation logistics team, to give you more information about this. But any companies, trucking companies, owner-operators out there watching our video stream tonight, if you donate a pallet for our truck, then you are going to go into a drawing for a chance for your company logo to be put on the side of one of our tractor-trailer rigs that will be in the actual escort to Arlington National Cemetery come December. So we've really got a lot of ways for you to get involved with us here tonight. And we are going to now show you and talk to you a little bit about Walmart, our longest standing trucking partner, and here's their story.
Wreaths Across America was formed after a photograph was taken by a guy from the Pentagon. It just went around the world. In the beginning, we actually brought 5,000 wreaths, and it was just a gift from the family to the veterans. It went from the original 5,000 wreaths to 1.2 million.
I think that Walmart sets a huge example for the rest of the country. I love how they use veterans as drivers. They're our best ambassadors. They know the story, they know the mission.
Walmart travels to about 15 states across the country. Our fleet will run about 35 to 40,000 miles just this week alone, delivering wreaths to these cemeteries.
People sacrifice for our freedom, and we have the opportunity to come here and respect them and honor them by laying a wreath and never forgetting.
I'll do whatever I can to support them and support the country, because I love the country, I love the flag, and I love my veterans.
The mission statement of Wreaths Across America is remember, honor, and teach. And that's what Walmart is all about. They love remembering the veterans and honoring the families and the veterans that are still around. And it's really about teaching generations to come.
I often say that the least we can do for those who served is to remember and honor them, but the most we can do is to teach the next generation the character of those who served and sacrificed for their freedom.
Arlington is hallowed ground to me personally. When I see kids put a wreath on my son's grave and take a moment and think about it, it means a lot. It really, truly means a lot.
It's important for everyone to know in this country, and for our associates as well, that we're a grateful nation and we are absolutely a grateful company.
Thank you again so much to Walmart. Once again, one of our longest standing trucking partners in our mission to remember, honor, and teach. Now, I am thrilled right now to be joined by two beautiful women, and they've got some real nice things to share with you. And standing here with me is Bree Kingsbury and Renee Worcester, and they are part of our corporate development team. And Bree, we want you to tell the story because you have been so involved in fundraising with Team Bear. Can you let our viewers know who is Team Bear and what's the premise behind your fundraising efforts?
Sure. So Team Bear was created by my group of friends and family back in 2013. Unfortunately, I have over 30 friends that are buried at Arlington National Cemetery, and now almost a dozen buried at Fort Rosecrans in San Diego, California. And my group of friends, we were really looking for a way to you know, kind of help our friends navigate their new normal. You know, when our friends, you know, lost their spouse, you know, just a flood of emotions come, you know, to our Gold Star families, of course, and then, you know, the friends, you know, who, you know, we've been there for birthday parties and Christmases and, you know, births and a little bit of everything. You know, I was a military wife for 12 years and married to a Navy SEAL, and, you know, unfortunately, you know, freedom comes at a cost, and a very high cost, you know, disproportionately really in our Navy SEAL community. And so, you know, as we started to lose friends, we were trying to come up with a way of, you know, how do we help the families? You know, how can we help the kids that are left behind? And another Gold Star wife actually introduced me to Wreaths Across America. My birthday is December 15th, which is the National Wreaths Across America Day this year. So I always do a big birthday party, and one of the wives came back and said, "I'm going to be a little late for your birthday party this year because I'm going to be at Arlington Cemetery placing wreaths with some of the other Gold Star wives." And so I'm like, "Oh, tell me more about that." I thought maybe that was just something for Gold Star families, like more of a private event. And she started laughing. She goes, "Oh no, you need to join us." She's like, "This is a big reunion. This is a fun, you know, free, family-friendly event open to the public, and you know, anyone can volunteer." So as soon as she said volunteer for our fallen heroes at Arlington National Cemetery specifically, I was like, well, volunteer is my middle name, so let's do this. So
now, Bree, can you talk about Tell us what it means for these families. We're often mentioning that the wreath is a catalyst, and we often say that the wreath and this whole process with Wreaths Across America is very healing for our families. But we'd really like to hear that from you, because it's easy for us to say, perhaps not having had the experiences that you all have had. How is it that it's so important to families?
Well, the symbol of a wreath to a Gold Star family member and to all of our friends who have lost someone means that their loved one is not forgotten. It is just a very, it might be a very simple, wreath, but it is a very symbolic way of paying it forward and making sure the families know that their loved one is not forgotten, and they'll never, the families that they left behind, they're also not forgotten. It's just, just as much about the families coming together. I've seen children, really upset, of course, and come to their father's grave on National Wreaths Across America Day. And, on that one day, we all really come together. It's almost like a mini reunion in a way, because a lot of the kids, for the first time in maybe months or maybe even years, get to meet other children that have walked the same path that they have. And so for that one day, we all come together as kind of a reunion to put our arms around the families. We share stories, we share pictures. Every year there's new pictures that the families haven't been able to see, and so we are able to introduce, new stories and new memories, for the kids to take away.
I've actually heard you say it before, and I've actually taken on, it's a celebration of life.
Yeah.
And I really believe that's true, because, there's so many emotions that go through the cemetery, and I've actually been a part of several different cemeteries, and that's kind of our family's kind of mission, is to visit different cemeteries, and it all has that same feeling. Mm-hmm. It's just a celebration of these people's lives and their history, and to be able to teach, especially my children and the children that are all involved, about estimated 1/3 of our volunteers are children, and that's, I think, is really what makes our mission so special and becomes a tradition.
Yeah, and on that day, on that National Wreaths Across America Day, of course it's sad. We talk about different things with the families, but it truly is a celebration of life. We don't focus on how they died. We talk about, a joke they told at a birthday party, or the pranksters that a lot of the guys and girls were, and just different memories throughout the years of funny stories that happen, if they happened to be deployed over Christmas, all the crazy Christmas presents and different jokes and pranks and crazy gifts that they asked us to send to them to give to other people while they're deployed. And of course it really kind of is you get a full range of emotions, emotions on that day. Of course you're going to cemetery to pay your respects, so there is, of course, some sadness, but we really hope that the families that come up with us feel the love and the respect and honor that we have for them, and they can walk away feeling just a little bit better, and knowing that they were supported on that one day.
And as our executive director Karen Worcester has often shared, that she has been told by Gold Star parents, don't remember how they died, remember how they lived. Mm-hmm. And that's the important thing to bring across. And right now, as we're talking about families and being reminded that there are empty seats at family gatherings and that sort of thing, that you can make a difference tonight. You can call, you can donate a Veterans Remembrance Wreath, and let us know that you're out there to support us. Now, Renee,
I'm going to interrupt you,
yes,
because
please.
You just gave the shout out to donate and donate and donate. Mm-hmm. And I see out of the corner of my eye, and he may not know this, but for the next half an hour, Worcester Wreath is going to actually match any donations that come in.
Wow,
so get on there, make it happen. So go on the phones, go online and donate, and hopefully make me eat my words here. So
get in trouble.
Yeah, get me in trouble, please do.
Now, Renee, before you eat your words, tell us a little bit more, because there are some really special opportunities for corporates.
Oh, definitely.
People to get involved with our mission.
Well,
and
it's crazy how a simple wreath has brought on so many different projects and missions and side projects. We have the wreath sponsorship, which is always important. We're here tonight because of the trucking industry and their support, and there's always need for trucking support and donations and sponsorships there. A new one this year, and it's something that I'm super excited about. I had a real passion on the teach aspect of the mission, and it's our mobile education exhibit. Now, if you haven't seen it, you need to check it out. There's so many pictures online, but it's a 48-foot education trailer. In the front, we have the capabilities of having up to 24 people in a movie theater showing different videos, many of which I'm sure you're showing tonight. So the different aspects of Wreaths Across America and where the mission has taken us. And then we also have an interactive computer where you can go and look at the different cemeteries, sign up as a location leader, sign up as a fundraising group, sign up as a truck driver, trucking industry and trucking partner. And then we have it broken down at the history of Wreaths Across America. You know, I broke it down into the mission, remember, this is the different aspect, this is how we carry out the remember part of our mission, honor and teach. And so it's remarkable. If you see it going down the road, snap a picture, be careful doing it. But also let us know where you see it.
Make your co-pilot take a picture.
Make your co-pilot, there you go. Because this is something to be seen. I mean, the visual impact that this has, we want this to be a catalyst in communities. We want it to come to communities, bring civilians, military, active, retired together, and especially children, to not only teach the Wreaths Across America mission, but also to teach about the service and sacrifices of these people.
Renee, Bree, thank you so much. A reminder, go to the phones now. We're really running out of time, so we really want you to donate now. Go to the phones, and it's 877-385-9504. And as Bree mentioned, the whole event at Arlington really is amazing. For those that may not have seen it or witnessed what it looks like to see the National Wreath Escort arrive at Arlington, we'd like to show you that, and we'll also show you another family that's been deeply impacted. What are you thinking, sir?
I'm just thinking what an honor it is to do this. And parts of this tree will someday go to Arlington, where Michael's at. And so in a way, his tree is still kind of helping, serving, helping others. And it just touches my heart that I'm able to do this. And just a great feeling to honor him with this tree. It's just amazing.
Can you tell me a little bit about Michael and his service?
He was joined the Army straight out of high school. That's all he ever wanted to do, was join the military and serve the country. That was his whole purpose, was just to serve. And he did a year in Iraq and transferred to Fort Campbell, Kentucky to be closer to home, and was redeployed to Afghanistan. And he actually waived his dwell time to go. He could have stayed home, but he volunteered because he wanted to go, and was killed in action July 30th, 2010. And but he's 21 years old, and but we're so proud and love him so much, and just blessed to have him for a son.
One of my favorite statements from my husband is, like, when we were driving the semi and the streets were lined with all the people, and then all the people that come out and volunteer, and my husband always says, "This is the America I love. These are the people I love." So it's just really having a child that has fought and really thinks he fought truly for everyone's freedom. That's how he taught. You know, and to see people appreciate his sacrifice it's overwhelming. It's pretty cool. And like to say their name is just, as a parent, we never want him forgotten.
Yeah.
So,
as a parent, that's our biggest thing. We want them to remember. We never want them to be forgotten, and to say their name, and to see all the people out supporting this is just incredible. And like Tammy said, that's the America I love.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The ceremony that you are about is an Army Greek flag ceremony to be conducted by Wreaths across America.
So once you start over here in this position, you're going to need that 2 in the front, 2 in the back, facing this direction. Sentinel's going to come up to you, and he's going to give you the same brief that I'm about to give you right now. He's basically going to say that when he comes up to your left-hand side, he's going to say, "Ready, step," and you all four will step off with your left foot going all the way down until you reach this gray brick right before the black mat. It's where all the rust is built up, and it's going to be centered directly on the tomb. Once you get there, or once you're about right there, he's going to say something around the lines of "ready, turn," or "turn now," so that you kind of wheel towards the tomb. That way you two are centered on the tomb, and you two are directly behind them still, facing this way. Once we're there, the sentinel who has your wreath is going to present it to you and ask you what those are.
Wreaths Across America thanks Callisto for moving the mission to remember, honor, and teach. At Callisto, American pride runs deep. Their contribution of 24 boxes of veterans' wreaths get us closer to filling our virtual convoy truck, and it adds over $1,000 to the transportation fund to support trucking logistics. Callisto encourages you to make a donation now to support the mission to remember our fallen heroes with a veterans' wreath.
We are live from our first annual virtual gala, virtual convoy, I should say, at the gala, if I can get that straight. And we are relying on you to go to the phones right now. As I said before, don't wait. Don't make it somebody else's responsibility. Go and donate now so that we can fill this truck, because that's our goal. And speaking of trucks, I have like the super team here with me. I'm a little bit nervous to be in their presence because they are the logistics, the transportation logistics team. And here with me I have Rob Worcester and his wife Sarah Worcester, and then Debbie Sparks, and these folks are our Go team. So Rob, we want you to tell us and tell our viewers about some opportunities that are out there and available.
First of all, Susan, I think you'll be okay. We're not that important, really. But, no, we actually we have this brand new opportunity. It was a brainstorm a few years back, but we have been kind of thinking of a way to get more sponsorship involved around our convoy. In collaboration with a couple really great supportive companies, we have Freightliner Trucks, we have Contract Leasing Corporation, and we also have WEX have jumped on board, and they're going to be providing us a trailer, a truck and trailer. We're going to be able to customize it however we want. It's going to have space on there. They'll have themselves on the trailer, but we'll have space for 7 more companies. There'll be an amount to be determined, that the value of that, and there'll be a rate that we get that exposure for them. But in collaboration with some other planning that we've done, we're going to use the old what a veteran's wreath is idea. We have a nice video about that if you look back in the archives, and we're going to relive that with this trailer, and I think it would be a great opportunity to get some companies seen. It will be one of the focuses of the convoy this year. Speaking to the sponsors, they're also going to be taking the unit to truck shows and stuff throughout the year, and it'll be available for the organization for multiple purposes. But it should be a great fundraiser and get the great message of what a veteran's wreath is out, and also a good opportunity for the sponsors.
And so tonight, we've got a really super deal for you, because this is how it's going to work. Tonight, any owner, operator, trucking company that donates and goes online right now or calls and donates a pallet, is that correct, if I got my information correct? A pallet of wreaths, then your name is going to go in a drawing to have one of those spots for a logo on that truck. Now, a pallet of wreaths is a $3,200 donation, and again, yes, hello. For doing that donation, then we actually put your name into a drawing, and your logo could wind up on that truck that is going to be seen on the escort to Arlington. Do I have the facts straight?
Yes, you do.
Okay,
yep.
See, I told you I was intimidated by these people. So Sarah Worcester, also a member of the team. Sarah, explain to people how they get involved.
You can go to our website, the wreathsacrossamerica.org website. On there is a link for trucking. Click on that. From there, then you can hit volunteer, and there's a form. You just fill the form out, and it'll put you in, and we'll be contacting you. Actually, Debbie will be. So that's a great way to get involved.
Yeah, Debbie, why don't you explain how other folks are go ahead and get involved in trucking? Where do we need the help?
You know, thank you, Susan. We do need help. One of the things that's really neat each year with our growth, we find we have more needs in unique places, and one of our biggest challenges is the West Coast, and we have some really neat solutions, but one of the things that we desperately need is we need a cross dock. We need a location to ship the wreaths into, where we have a team of volunteers that will accept them, and then also as our motor carriers come in to take the wreaths, to take them to the locations. So it would be a team, they would work about 3 days accepting, 4 days shipping out. We need a facility that could handle about 4 to 6 truckloads. We need help right in that Phoenix area. They'll be coming off the rail. We have partners with BNSF that's going to carry the wreaths for us from the East Coast to the West Coast. We know that we have our other 3 cross docks are all covered through whether it's a truckload carrier, a moving and storage company. So we need somebody with a facility and the team to be able to do it. The other area of the country that always seems to be a pocket of trouble is Colorado, Tennessee, Florida, and Texas. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot of cemeteries. There's a lot of smaller locations, so there are multiple stops. But I would tell you, it's something that you'll want to do every year. One of the things that we have, one of the challenges that we had last year, our wreaths, because it rained. We had a really good year last year. The wreaths were beautiful, but there was some moisture in them, and as they travel in the truck and the moisture goes down, we had some issues with some boxes. Rob's been very busy with a team. We have poured a 12,500 square foot covered facility.
120,000.
Oh, that's really big. with 11 loading docks. Okay,
Yeah.
I was trying to do the math on that.
Yeah, and you know, that's something that's very impressive. I have to say, as a member of the Wreaths Across America team, I'm very proud of what we do because we are responsive to our volunteers, we're responsive to our donors, and what's really impressive is when our volunteers come forward and say, you know, we've got a problem with these boxes, they're getting wet, they're hard to handle. The Worcesters come in and the team gets together in terms of transportation logistics, and they say, so how do we solve this problem, and how did you solve the problem?
Well, there's a lot of other issues we also dealt with, but we actually are in construction right now. We're on schedule to be done in time for the season, but we're constructing about 120,000 square foot of storage space to keep all the wreaths nice and dry. We've made a lot of other changes. We've changed the box. The box is a different configuration. The wreaths are going to be a little bit tighter. We've tested, and they're not going to be damaged, but we'll be able to get more on the pallet. There'll be more surface area of box, so we're going to have a stronger pallet, and they'll also be dry from being inside. In the past, we'd use pallet covers and all kinds of stuff, but it doesn't replace a building, you know. So we finally have got to the level where this program deserves, and we're inside, and it's going to be way more efficient for the carriers that come to Maine, and a lot better.
It really is impressive, and we've got and speaking of impressive and trucking, did you like that segue? That was very smooth, don't you think? So speaking of trucking, we are giving for the next donation of $250. Remember, that's what we're here for tonight, is for donate. The next donation that comes in for $250, our incentive is this fabulous truck toy set. And it is the sweetest thing. I don't know how tight they can get in on this, but we've got a little dude here, and another little dude here, and boxes of wreaths, and it's really impressive.
It's a building block set, so it is Lego compatible. It's like Legos. And Rob and I actually designed this. We were at a truck show and we saw different trucks. So we designed this after our kids. So if you look really close, there's a little teeny name tag on them, Max and Lucy. And so it builds an actual, it's a 3D truck, and it has the wreath boxes. And so it was a fun project for us.
For the first $250 donation tonight that comes in, we'll be sending you one of our toy truck sets. And that's why we are here tonight. There's not a whole lot of time left to this broadcast. We are really trying to fill this truck. We're requiring about 5,000 wreaths to fill a truck. And that's going to require you to get on the phone now to call in your donation of support. And it really is impressive how the logistics works, because people may not understand. They know the donation of the wreath, they understand that part, but they don't realize that there is a very short window of time, because you're dealing with a fresh commodity, essentially.
Yeah.
You can have that one.
And Deb,
yes, it shocks me every year. So you work with an unknown, so you try to apply logic, you try to apply data, you look at the past 3 years, you look at the history of the locations, you anticipate what they did over those 3 years, what would that growth over be for this year, you anticipate your truck needs, and then there's a whole new group of cemeteries that come on and locations, and you have to try to anticipate that. You get great stories where you have a group that you never anticipated them going beyond a quarter of a truck, and all of a sudden their fundraising goes over the top, and we now need a full truck. And then you've got our drivers who all have an affinity for a location. They may have a family member or a story to one of the locations, and they want to get there. We always try to keep the trucks to their previous locations to build that relationship. So we always want to try to see if there's a way to get an additional truck into a location, and it's all happening in about a 2.5-week period of time. It's crazy.
It is a short amount of time, but we love to call it our controlled chaos. And, you know, the really important thing, too, to remember about many of our drivers that are involved, they're veterans. So this is a very special thing. It's an honor for them to haul the gift of America's respect. And you're going to make a driver's day. You're going to make a veteran's day by filling their truck with wreaths. So please do call. And we want to talk to you a little bit more about trucking. And we're going to show you this video from Raider Express.
Hey guys, this is Mike Eggleton, Jr., Vice President with Raider Express. Been asked by Wreaths Across America to shoot a short little video here to explain what Wreaths means to Raider Express, to my family, and to myself as well. Gratitude is defined by the quality of being thankful and readiness to show appreciation for and to return kindness. To say that we are returning kindness and appreciation with Wreaths Across America is an understatement. Anyone who's ever been a part of it knows that those words do not define Wreaths Across America enough. The way that it touches people, the way it touches their hearts, the way it touches the families of the fallen is undescribable. To Raider Express, it means the world. We display proudly in our office everything we have from 2011, 2012, 2015, 2014, 16, 17. We've been a part of Wreaths for at least the past 7 or 8 years that we know, taking a load to Arlington and taking loads wherever it's needed for Wreaths Across America. We donate anywhere from 2 to 5 trucks every single year. It by far is the most rewarding experience I've ever been a part of, not only within this industry, but really with my life. If we bring our kids down there, remember, honor, teach. My kids have been a part of it for the last 3 years now. To see your kids laying a wreath at Arlington National is indescribable. The feeling of pride you get, the sense that they understand that this is bigger than them, is unbelievably rewarding, and I encourage every single one of you to do it. What Wreaths is about the fallen. This is Sergeant Darren Andrews, who's one of my best friends. This is Sergeant Darren Andrews' tombstone with the wreath that we put there every year. It's the most moving, gratifying, touching experience you can be a part of in your entire life, and I encourage everyone to get out and be a part of Wreaths Across America.
Raider Express, thank you so much for your support. And that's what we're here tonight, to celebrate the trucking industry, to celebrate Wreaths Across America, and what we need to do to fill our truck during this virtual convoy. And we are quickly running out of time here for you to get involved and for us to be able to acknowledge you for your donations. So Amber, let's give a few shout outs here.
So thank you to Maryland Veteran Cemetery at Chetlam, and Georgia National Cemetery and Indiantown Gap National Cemetery. We have some friends out there. We know some beautiful. Yeah, we know some of those folks. Honoring our veterans. That is a group, and that's in Kentucky. So KY0103 is their code if you want to look them up. The Boy Scouts of America, Troop 159, they're out of Texas, and their group is 0484P. And so when you hear me say that with the group, we've talked about that a little bit tonight. I think that you might have heard earlier Karen and Joe talking about it, because Joe with Easter Seals, they're a group, a fundraising group for Wreaths Across America. And one of the things about Wreaths Across America that so many people don't seem to know is the reason why we've been able to grow so quickly is that we have had the ability to, and the privilege really, to have these fundraising groups across the country. So how it works, if you're a Boy Scout group, if a Girl Scout group, the Daughters of the American Revolution, gosh, there's so many folks, a motorcycle group. If you want to sign up to be a fundraising group for a cemetery in your community, a state cemetery, possibly one of the larger cemeteries that you're a supporter of, basically what you can do as a fundraising group is you have 2 options. You can be a 2 for 3, so for every 2 wreaths sponsored, 3 will be placed. Or you could be a fundraising group that gets $5 back for your own program. And that really, it's an incredible program. In the last 9 years, we've given almost $8 million back to other nonprofit groups.
You know, that's something really important, Amber,
Mm-hmm.
to touch on, because a lot of people don't know that. And, you know, oftentimes we've received a little bit of criticism. So, you know, you need to do more for veterans and,
Mm-hmm.
and that sort of thing. And we say, you know what, we really do, because we partner with like-minded organizations who are serving veterans directly. And when they become a fundraising group, that gives them the opportunity to raise money for their group, their organization, and their missions, and they are serving veterans. And that's something that people don't know about Wreaths Across America, that $8 million of support going back to other like-minded organizations throughout the country serving veterans. So we really are supporting that
and it
effort.
can be anybody, civic groups, Civil Air Patrol. Civil Air Patrol is one of our hugest fundraising groups. They started back when Wreaths Across America started back in 2007. We also have VFWs, American Legions. You know, it's a great way to raise money for your own programs, your own missions, through teaching about Wreaths Across America. It's, you know, people are out there selling wrapping paper and other things. It's great to do, but this is a great way to give back to your community. It's kind of the idea of it's a kind of the, how do I want to say that? It's like giving back to your own community by giving back to our veterans. So it's a great way to get involved. Joe, who was here earlier, Easter Seals, they're a fundraising group for us, and there's so many others that I'm sure I'm not able to see right now. But please, if you're a fundraising group, please post your fundraising group page in the comments tonight. Right. That's what we want to hear. We want to see you like and share. Have all your friends and family include your link to your fundraising page and help get some attention for your own group. And if you see someone from your community on there, by all means, help give back to those fundraising groups in your own towns and your own communities. And we hope that, and if anyone's actually interested in learning more about that, please contact Wreaths Across America. You can go to our website, wreathsacrossamerica.org. You can call. We have tons of customer service people. We're just so excited about our customer service team. We have a great group of people that are there right now, standing by, but also we really do need to try and fill that truck tonight. So
I do, and we understand that the phone lines are busy, so if you're getting a busy signal, that's a good sign. So keep trying, because we really do need your support, and we need it now. There's no sense in waiting and putting it off or letting somebody else make the call. We need you to make the call right now, and we would love to give you a shout out on the air to say, hey, Texas, hey, New York, hey, California, thanks for your support. But that's why we're here tonight. We are here as a virtual convoy to fill a truck with veterans' wreaths, and it's going to require your support to do that. 5,000 wreaths is what we need to fill a truck, and in doing so, we're also generating more money for our transportation logistics fund, which helps to support some of our operating expenses involved in getting these wreaths across the country. And our volunteers are remarkable people. We say it almost several times a day at Wreaths Across America. Our volunteers teach us so much, and we are so grateful for everyone who gets involved. And you know, everyone volunteers for a very unique and personal reason. Everyone has a story to share. And by golly, we're trying to get to all of you to share your stories, but we have so many volunteers across the country. And we know how dedicated you are to our mission to remember, honor, and teach. And you know, as we had Bree Kingsbury on just a little while ago, talking about some of the devastating losses among the SEAL family members and so forth, and this wreath says to them, you are not forgotten. You are appreciated. And we remember those who are still standing by as well, because you've got to understand that the family serves. It's not just the service member. It's those who are left behind to, as we used to say back in World War II, those folks who are keeping the home fires burning and really making sure that they go through the support. And take a minute to just imagine that. Just a minute. Think about that. What is it like to be the spouse of a military service member, especially one who is currently involved in conflict? It's very easy for us to forget throughout the days in our lives that we technically are still at war, and there are burials every day across this country at Arlington National Cemetery and at all of our nation's cemeteries. So we are still losing members of our military, and we actually had, I remember talking with Taya Kyle, Chris Kyle, American Sniper's widow, and she said to me one day, she said, you know, know, when we see those wreaths placed, it tells me and it tells our children that Chris didn't die in vain. And that's what your Veterans Remembrance Wreath is doing tonight. So please pick up the phone now, go online, make a donation. It's probably the best $15 donation you have ever made in your lifetime, and it's a feeling like you'll never forget.
Actually, my 12-year-old stepson last year, when Bree, one time she was on one of our national news broadcasts talking about her SEAL friends, he was sitting next to me, and he's a child, obviously, and he obviously knows what I do through Wreaths Across America. But after watching and hearing about her friends and how it impacted their lives, he actually went up to his piggy bank, I'm gonna get crying, and came down and gave me $30 and wanted to make a donation because he felt it was important that he was part of it. If that 12-year-old who worked probably pretty hard for that $30 could come up with that, I'm hoping that others will as well, because it really does matter that much. And you know, it's September 26th, I think. Yeah.
Yes, that's
September
right.
26th.
Well done.
We're less than 100 days away. I think I saw the our social media team posted it. We're less than 80 days away from National Wreaths Across America Day, which this year is Saturday, December 15th, and that's 2018. We're going to be at nearly 1,500 participating locations across the country. Last year, to put it in perspective, we had over 2 million volunteers, a third of which were children. And this year, we're expecting that to be even larger. And it's a great free, open event for anyone who's interested to come out with your family. It's one of my favorite things in the world. You see a little kid walking up with a wreath, stumbling, and just like placing a wreath. I mean, it's just incredible to see it. It's such a great thing for you to do with the family. Make it a family tradition. No matter where you are, you can find a participating cemetery near you. So I know that we're waiting for a little bit for our friends who are going to be, a little earlier you saw Jill Stevenson, who's an American Gold Star mom, and she was talking about her son, Ben Knopp, and she's going to be speaking here momentarily in the gala, where they're running a little bit behind, which is okay. We're in show business. This is live.
That gives us more time to talk to you about donating and filling our truck.
But before, I want to just remind you, I don't know if you guys heard, if you're just joining us, Renee Worcester kind of went on the line and came on here earlier and said anybody who gives a donation up until, I don't even know what time, so we're going to keep it going. If you give a donation, it's going to be matched by the Worcester Wreath Company, who is our vendor, who produces our wreaths. So that makes it a double donation. If you make a donation anytime now, and we'll probably, I think we probably won't get in trouble. It's fine. So we'll keep it going. So please donate now, and that wreath will be matched. I think that we had our few friends that came out who are going to actually join us, just because we wanted to have some other people to talk to besides Susan and I. So we're actually going to have Debbie come back out and introduce the folks that she brought with her. And are we going to have, who we have with us? Come on out, Debbie. We're going to Here comes Debbie. She's back. Debbie, can you please introduce our new guest?
Yes. So I would like to introduce Dan Mead. I have the opportunity to be one of the volunteers, the core volunteers that works Arlington National Cemetery. And I have the honor of working for Dan and our chairman, Wayne Hansen, on all of the logistics that happen for Arlington. And I'm just going to share a quick little story and then ask Dan to kind of talk about where we are this year and how we've gotten there. But it was about 13 years ago that Barry Pottle, with Pottle's Transport, came to Arlington, and he had called me and he said, we've got 4 trucks coming into Arlington, will you come and help us offload them? And I didn't quite know what he was talking about. I didn't know what Wreaths Across America was, and I came out and I unloaded the truck and I met the family and I heard the story and I learned the mission, and I've been doing it ever since. And when I started doing it with the Truckload Carriers Association, I got an opportunity to serve as one of the volunteers on the Arlington Task Force. And in that period of time, from that first day at 4 trucks at Arlington, we are now maxed out. We're going on our 5th year with 65 trucks. And Dan, I'd love it if you could talk a minute about the logistics and the scope and how we go about doing that.
Yeah, sure. We're very lucky. We're very fortunate here in Arlington. We have an incredible volunteer base. Our core team is probably 20 of us that meet all year long. And we have 2,000-3,000 that are involved on the next level down. This year we were fortunate that we had to get a national park special events permit because we had over 90,000 people show up last year to help us lay wreaths, which was amazing. It was insane, actually. And we had the Wreaths were all laid within an hour and a half. Yep. So we had we bring 55 tractor trailer loads in on Friday afternoon, pre-stage them, work with Arlington Cemetery, and we're done that in about an hour and a half or 2 hours. The teamwork is phenomenal. I can't thank Debbie and all of our team enough, because they make me look good.
And I would say, and we probably know from a lot of the locations, we're all probably saying the same thing, and the cemeteries that we work with, the staff and the team and the dedication of Arlington is over the top.
Yeah, they're wonderful, and they change quite often because it's a military post. And we hadn't had a really horrible person to deal with since I've been working with it. It's been wonderful people that go out of their way to give us a hand and any way they can, so it's an honor to do it. I will tell you that.
One of the real challenges that we have, and I have to imagine it happens in a lot of the cemeteries, is just getting the trucks into these small roads. But we've now learned.
Right. We have now learned, in fact, that we are now going back to the Truckload Carriers Association Gala, where American Gold Star mother Jill Stevenson will be taking the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back John Leibold.
Wow, what a dinner, huh? So dinner tonight's a little different than you get at the Naval Academy, isn't it? Although they do a great job at the Naval Academy. So I hope you enjoyed your dinner. At this time, I'd like to take a moment to express my thanks to Crystal Gateway Marriott for their assistance and generosity with tonight's event. You all are phenomenal. So I have something exciting to share. We've received a very generous donation from our partners at the National Association of Independent Truckers, $50,000. This will go towards the Transportation Fund. Thank you so much. Thank you, David King and NAIT, for being such a supportive partners for many, many years. Thank you. Now, as a gentle reminder, don't forget to bid on silent auction items via the GiveSmart platform, as we'll be announcing the winners after dessert. The items are available to view in your program. If you have any questions or assistance, please call over a GiveSmart representative, and they're in black shirts. Look at them, they're waving back there. Good job, all right. Many of you might not know that the number of wreaths laid has grown by 30% year over year for the past 10 years. With numbers like that, it is inevitable that the Wreaths Across America organization is going to need more resources, more trucks, and more volunteers to keep up with such inspiring demand. We're ready for that. In just a few short months, volunteers will convene to lay fresh remembrance of wreaths on gravestones, regardless of name or rank. Even though the families and friends are unknown to the volunteers, these acts spread compassion to those who are grieving. There are moms and dads that live the mission of Wreaths Across America. They remember, they honor, and they teach every day. The American Gold Star Mothers is an organization of mothers whose sons and daughters have served and lost their lives while on active duty in the U.S. Armed Forces. The organization has been an incredible supporter of the goals and missions of Wreaths Across America for many years. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fortunate to have with us tonight Jill Stevenson, an American Gold Star mother and professional speaker. I had the opportunity to meet with Jill earlier this evening, and I'm eager for all of you to hear her heartfelt story of service, sacrifice, and unending love. Please help me welcome Jill to the stage.
Thank you, TCA, for inviting me here to speak. It's quite an honor for me to be standing here and addressing all of you, and I feel like you have been servicing me for 10 years. My son Ben was killed in 2009, so December 2018 will actually be my 10th year of attending Wreaths Across America at Arlington, so it's a special year for me to be speaking here. It means a lot to me. I would like to echo the honoring of the veterans that are in the room as well. That means a lot to me. My son became a veteran upon his death, and I would like to offer a special token of gratitude for Sergeant Sammy Davis, our Medal of Honor recipient here, who I know we will hear from later. My son Ben was about 7 years old when he took notice of a curio cabinet in my grandparents' lake home. My grandfather was a humble hero who served in World War II. He had a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, some other certificates, and some photographs of himself in the areas that he served. Ben wanted to know what those items were, and he started asking him questions. My grandfather told him what they were, and Ben wanted to know more and more details. He was fairly relentless in asking questions about what it was like to serve in the military, what it was like to shoot a big gun and to dig a foxhole and to fly overseas. And I thought that Ben's questioning was a little bit annoying, but my grandfather said that I should welcome those questions because it meant that he was thinking and he was processing things, and that's something that should be encouraged. We continued to encourage that, or my grandfather did, as Ben's questions continued for many years after that. And he kept saying that he wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. And it wasn't just because he served in the military. It was because he had come to know him as a man and admire him for who he was and all that he stood for. I raised Ben as a single mom, and he was also my only child. My grandfather, who was Ben's great-grandfather, was the strongest male role model that Ben knew. So the admiration wasn't just about military, it was about him being somebody that he wanted to grow up and be just like. And when he started saying those exact words, that he wanted to grow up and be just like him, my grandfather then discouraged him and said, "You know, kid, imitation is really not the greatest form of flattery. You should become what you're meant to become, not what somebody else is." And he said, "One day you'll know what that is. You'll get a gut feeling and just, you'll know what that is." When Ben was 13 and my grandfather was 83, he succumbed to cancer. It was the first death that Ben had experienced, and it crushed him. It absolutely crushed him. He was his hero, and he was gone, and it rendered him silent. He told me that it hurt him so much he didn't want to talk about it. And he didn't talk about it. And I didn't force him to talk about it because he was 13, and 13-year-old boys don't really talk anyway. They kind of just mumble and grumble. So I let him be. And he stayed silent for 5 months until 9/11 happened. And then that sorrow turned to anger. And then that sorrow turned to vengeance. And as we sat and watched on the television the innocent lives that were lost on that terrible, tragic day in the history of our country, at that wise age of 13, there was that gut feeling that Ben's great-grandfather promised he would receive. That he would receive. No one expected it would come so early, but there it was. And Ben made a declaration at that age that he was going to become an Army Ranger, find Osama bin Laden, and make him pay. And he did. Ben spoke those words with such conviction that I never doubted them. I never ever doubted that he would make good on that promise. And anybody who knew Ben never doubted that he would make good on that promise. Anybody who knew him through middle school and up through high school knew that Ben Kopp was going to join the Army, and he did. He signed up early in his senior year and left for Fort Benning, Georgia to train with the infantry just 1 month after he graduated from high school. When we connect the dots in the life going backwards, I can't imagine that my grandfather, some 65 years earlier, training at the very same place where Ben did, imagined that he would have a great-grandson follow in his footsteps. Ben made good additionally on his promise, not only of joining the military, but becoming an Army Ranger. And only 7 months after he landed at Fort Benning, he was assigned to the 3rd Ranger Battalion. That was pretty impressive. He fast-tracked his way into the Ranger Battalion, and there he was. And it was a good fit for him. There were, at one point, when Ben came home during close to completing his 2nd year, he actually thought that he was taller. And it was because it was such a good fit for him that he carried himself very, very strong and proud. And that's something that his great-grandfather had taught him. And it also taught me when I was a child that you should carry yourself with your chest up, your chin up, and your shoulders back. And Ben never forgot that. And in fact, there are men that I still am in contact with today that served with Ben that have told me that Ben taught them that, and they still teach their privates to walk that way. And so that my grandfather's legacy has continued in that respect for Ben. But it was such a good fit for him that when he got home, he actually wanted to go down to the basement and measure himself on the wall and see if he'd grown taller. And you know, sadly, he hadn't. He just appeared that way. So we knew he was in the right place. As Army Rangers, they deploy a little more often than the big Army. Generally, 1 year of service equals 1 deployment. So by Ben's 3rd year of service, he had 2 deployments under his belt, 2 to Iraq, and in the spring of 2009, he was on his way to Afghanistan. He had told me that the first 2 weren't that big of a deal. They were just deployments. Well, I found out later that that wasn't true. He just wasn't telling Mom all the things that he really saw and did, and that was okay. I appreciate the fact that he was protecting me and didn't want me to know. But the 3rd deployment that was coming his way, he knew was going to be different than the first 2. It was going to be uglier. They were going into a combat area that they referred to as a hot zone. They were going after a high-value target, and they knew it was going to be uglier than what he had seen before. And Ben was worried about it. He was nervous about it. He expressed those concerns to myself and to my mother as well. My mother actually offered to take him to Canada. And while that may seem funny, the truth is that she did that because she lost a son herself. I lost a brother when I was 15 years old, and he was 11 years old and hit by a car, survived long enough to be declared brain dead 10 days later, but became an organ donor, and this was in 1982. So the term organ donation was something that was a regular word in our household and something that I shared with Ben in his growing up years as well, beginning when he got his driver's license and then, of course, again when he joined the military. And that 3rd deployment, I got a call about halfway through that Ben had been shot by a sniper and that he had undergone surgery but had not yet woken up. They told me that he had been shot in the leg, and my question was, is his leg okay? You know, this is 2009, and I think the common thought that most of us have as parents is that our children are the men and women that are injured lose their limbs. So that was my first question, and the answer was, yeah, his leg is going to be fine. Unfortunately, Ben didn't ever wake up from that surgery, but he was stable enough to be transported through Germany and landed at Walter Reed 4 days later, where he was declared brain dead. And so there I was 27 years later, sitting with my mother next to me. She accompanied me to the hospital, hearing the same news that my mother did 27 years prior to that. But when the doctors told me that they believed Ben to be brain dead, the next thing that he asked me was, would I consider organ donation? And so there was no hesitation, absolutely no hesitation. I said yes, I would do that. But because Ben was 21, that decision would be up to him. Had he made note of that in any documentation. So we went on the search to find his blue book, which is what the Rangers complete prior to deployments. And there was a specific question that actually asked, in the event of your death, do you wish to be an organ donor? And Ben wrote in yes. The next question asked which ones? And Ben wrote in any that are needed. And so 8 days after Ben was shot by a sniper in Afghanistan, all of his major organs, bone, skin, and tissue, were donated. He saved directly the lives of 4 people with the donation of his heart, kidneys, and liver, and he enhanced the lives of about 55 more with the donation of bone, skin, and tissue. I've had the great pleasure of meeting all 4 of those folks, including Ben's heart recipient, who's alive and well and living in Chicago. The importance of keeping Ben's legacy alive is very similar to what Wreaths Across America is. It's about remembering, honoring, and teaching. Remembering who our fallen are, honoring their stories and their sacrifice, and teaching those that remain about that sacrifice that was made and about continuing to honor them. I didn't realize the power of Ben's story until I told it about 8 weeks after he died. To my very first public speaking gig, if you will, was to 1,500 people. I say that was baptism by fire, right? I had only spoken to the media and to newspaper, to radio, and local newspaper folks, but in this audience, there were 1,500 people, and I got a standing ovation, and I went, oh my goodness, wow, this story has some power. Following Ben's funeral at Arlington, I was contacted by the national media, and it's just really kind of snowballed since then. I'm always honored and grateful to have the opportunity to share Ben's story. Ben Kopp, Corporal Ben Kopp, my son, is the face of so many faces that have sacrificed everything to ensure our freedoms, that we can sleep peaceably in our beds every night. And he's the face of the young men that live down the streets from us, from the young men that play on the high school football team. It's important to see their faces. It's important to remember them, to honor them, and to teach those that remain about who they are. I want to thank all of you once again for what you do. I've participated in the Convoy 2 times, 2011, 2016. Trips of a lifetime. You all know what it's like. It's something that cannot be described unless you experience it yourself. It means the world to me as a Gold Star mother. My son is laid to rest right here in Arlington in Section 60. As I mentioned earlier, this will be my 10th year attending. Thank you for coming alongside Wreaths Across America, for your dedication and commitment to fulfill their mission to remember, honor, and teach. And thank you again for having me here. I really appreciate it. God bless America.
So let's advance the slide. Please welcome representatives of the Wreaths Across America organization, Karen Morrill and Rob Wooster.
I guess 10 minutes, and the plan was that she was going to go first, and then I was going to go, and but I like it now. The plan is I go first, so I'm going to take all the time I want. I was going to have probably a minute if she went first.
I have a problem with this. I already gave Morrill his lecture. You just get to business. Go.
Okay. But what I was going to say is I'd rather go first because she's a real hard act to follow. She does a great job.
Oh.
So.
Keep talking.
So it's good to see familiar faces here, also new faces. The program with the trucking industry is alive and well. Whenever I get a chance to speak, I get the opportunity. I really want to hammer home what the importance of the trucking industry is to our program. It really is. Without the industry doing what they're doing, we just couldn't do what we do and have the success that we've had. It also is important that we maintain that support with as many members of TCA, with other organizations, because this program is growing extremely fast, and it's taking more and more resources, like John said. It's more and more equipment for more and more companies to pull this off. In order to, one of the things that we try to do, we try to make it a good experience for everyone involved. From the C-level executives, the owners, we try to give value to that organization and for their experience with Wreaths Across America. They can use it in marketing and PR or whatever. So we want to reach out back to you and provide any resources that we can for those that are donating their services to us. We want to really make it easier for you to do that and make it so you can provide it as part of your culture and your company. And also, one of the things that we're focusing on as well is the driver experience. It's really important that a driver that comes to Maine has a super experience for us, because the word of mouth is our biggest recruiter for more and more drivers. I've had countless drivers call me and say, hey, I know so-and-so, he did this route. I really want to get involved. He had a great experience, and I want to do that route. Or I want to get involved. Can I go here? Can I go there? So there is a lot of excitement within the industry for that. So in 2018, we've done some things to improve the driver experience. In the past, we had a slow manual system for logistics. We had several systems we worked out of. This year, we're really happy we're going to be working in one system. Logistics are going to go smoother. It's going to be tied directly into the website. All of our representatives in Maine will have access to the website. They'll be able to look up any information, any questions. We didn't have that in the past, so we're really excited about that opportunity. We have a new box design. It's configured a little different. It's a little bit smaller box. The wreaths are going to be packed a little bit tighter, but we're going to have more surface area of cardboard. There's going to be more wreaths on each pallet, but pallets are going to be stronger. I know in the past we've had wet boxes. We've had, it's been hard to handle them. We've been trying to load them out in the weather in Maine, inclement weather. We've been pounding our crew right into the ground trying to get this done, so this year, in order to improve on that, we have this new stronger box. We can put more wreaths on a pallet. We went from 180 to 216 wreaths on a pallet, so we're going to use less equipment to do more of a job. So it's going to work out well that way. We're very happy we have an indoor storage facility that we're in the process of building. It's going to be about 120,000 square feet. It's going to have 11 loading docks on it. We're going to be really efficient as people come and go. One of the fun things we do for drivers, we also have a trucking lounge, welcome lounge. When people come in, they have food, refreshments, they have access to the internet, they have TV. We have a laundry we're putting in this year. We actually have live music in the evenings. Don't get me wrong, it's not a Pilot Flying J up in Maine, but it's not too bad, not too shabby. We also have providing help with that. We have Tyson Foods. They actually send a cook team up to Maine. They stay the entire time. They feed every driver. They feed the loading crew every day. They feed the office staff. they feed whatever guests we have, whether they're Gold Star families. They roll it right out, and it makes the experience that much better. So they really get the improving the driver's experience part of what we're trying to do, and they have a lot of fun along the way. And I have some videos. We don't have time to show them today, but if you get a chance, look up some of the videos of the Trucking Lounge, and it's really cool to see what they help us do. We also, for this past couple of years, and I wanted to announce it today in front of this group, but we've been working to try to shorten routes for some of the companies to reach the far distant out west cemeteries. It's a lot to ask people to go all the way to Maine, to go to the West Coast, even all the way to St. Louis to our cross dock back to the West Coast. So we're working on getting some cross docks further out, and with the help of BNSF, we're going to be able to reach that more easier and more efficiently. Right now, we're looking at maybe 15 to 20 loads that will go to Washington and Arizona to be reloaded and go out there. But a gentleman from BNSF is here. His name is Terry Dupuy. And if anybody does the intermodal thing, and if they want information on that, and they work on the West Coast, we'd like to hook them up. You come see me after, and I can get you in touch with him. It'd be great. It'd be a lot easier, and we can get a lot more reason with less expense to that company way out there. So, in closing, on behalf of Wreaths Across America and the Worcester family, I want to reiterate the participation is just vital. Participation of the industry is vital to what we do. It just wouldn't happen without you guys. We look forward to strengthening relationships with all of you in the future, and I hope to be able to welcome lots of your carriers up in Maine at the dock this December, and thank you all.
Okay. All right, enough about us. Let's talk about you. I got to say, first, Jill, I haven't seen you in a little bit, and why I am so moved. We've known each other a while now, and her platform about Ben, I seriously think of Benergy a lot, and the energy and love that you've taught me, along with so many of the Gold Star families that we've met. But I also want to talk about the trucking industry. I was supposed to have some update numbers on where we're doing, but I don't see that anybody's given any. So I could make some up, but that wouldn't be fair. But, so before I get too much further in, there are a lot of opportunities still. We're doing the Convoy live now, outside. Anybody that wants to sponsor a pallet tonight, there is going to be an opportunity. A lot of you know it's hard to get your vehicle into the Convoy. There is a trailer being donated. Do you want to help me with any of this information, or just hang me out here to dry? There is a trailer being donated. Their trailer is being donated.
Okay.
But, okay, help me out.
So we have a collaboration of a couple of our great sponsors. Freightliner is going to give us a truck to use, and we're also going to have a trailer provided by Contract Leasing Corporation out of New Jersey. They have given us a trailer to wrap in any fashion that we like. We're going to provide spots on
10 spots.
10 spots on the trailer.
I got
Okay,
it now. I
go
just
ahead.
need to go sit down. 10 spots, and anybody that purchases a pallet, if you sponsor a pallet tonight, and you can actually do it right through it's GiveSmart. I hope I got that right. And they'll come around and help you. There are 10 spots on the trailer. Anybody that sponsors a pallet tonight, there will be a drawing of the people that sponsor a pallet tonight, and you'll have one of the 10 spots for your logo and your support of the Wreaths Across America that will be on that trailer that goes the whole convoy. So that's a good opportunity, because there are so few spots that they allow in the convoy. So that's one thing we had to say. Now, anything, I don't know. They're still doing all of their GiveSmart stuff, and people will come around and help you. That's the business end, unless somebody's got something else they need me to say. No? Speak now? Okay, so I had the opportunity to talk to John and Don earlier, and they mentioned the image committee of the truckload carriers, and that was one of the reasons that you worked with Wreaths Across America. And I would like to turn it around, and as I did to John, and say that the truckers that are representing your companies, that are carrying the wreaths all over the country, they do a lot for our image. I will tell you, we get no complaints, and particularly those that go into cemetery events, Arlington, they're ambassadors off the back of those trucks. They're unloading the trucks, and they're also giving information, and they know their stuff. They know why they're there, they know what they're doing, they know what they represent. So I would like to say to you all, because this is the gospel, Wreaths Across America could not honor the men and women and their families that we do without the trucking industry. And it's hard, I will tell you, for somebody who, my heart is so wrapped up in Wreaths Across America, and these moms and siblings and families that are here. When I look at Jill, when I look at these folks at the table back there, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to everybody. They're moms, like I'm a mom, and they raise kids with great character who stepped up, not in a time when they were being drafted, but in a time when they did what they needed to do. And Wreaths Across America is about teaching, and about teaching that character, and it leaves me humbled and emotional that these amazing families are carrying on that legacy, not being bitter about the sacrifice, but being proud and trying to instill in the rest of us. And so when you look at Wreaths Across America, I hope you can look by that we're kind of a pain. We're asking you to step out and do something that's a little bit difficult to do. But that's why you do it. And so I think I'm going to turn this over to Marl, and he's got a little bit of a cold, and it really is kind of a special night to me to have so many of these families with us. So I'm going to turn this over to Marl now.
This is my note here. It better not be. No. I want to say, just a minute.
Okay.
Just.
Don't forget what you're supposed to do.
Jim, will you come get her, please? No, I just wanted to say that Wreaths Across America has come a long ways. It really has, since 1992, with that first truckload of wreaths hauled by just that one trucker from Jonesboro, Maine. And, you know, it really had. If you look at 1992 and then you look at last year, it went from just that 5,000 wreaths to over 1.5 million wreaths. This year, it should go to 2 million wreaths. And there should be about 600 trucks. So, and John said that he's got our back. I hope so. But you know, my personal goal, and I used to say this and really didn't think it would ever happen, but I think it will now. The personal goal is to place a wreath on every single American veteran grave every year. And that's a tall order. That's about 25 million wreaths. So even with a real good year this year, it's only 2 million. So you can see that we've just barely scratched the surface. And if you look at 25 million wreaths, you do the math on that, actually growing at 30% a year, it's going to take us till the year 2029 for that to happen. That's not really that long from now. John, we'll need 5,000 trucks, so you might want to start getting going on that. No, it's going to, TCA obviously is doing all they can, and they're going to continue to do more and more all the time. But it's going to take all the other trucking associations as well. I mean, you got Barry Pottle now is with ATA, and you've got the independent truckers, and you've got all these people. And looking at Don Queenie there, He's a great help with the moving van companies and so on. But it's going to take everybody we can get a hold of to make this happen. But, you know, at the end of the day, Wreaths Across America, it's about remembering, honoring, and teaching. And, you know, it's really going to be the biggest history lesson ever taught by anybody when that does happen. It's great, I think, now, but it's going to be incredible. It's what the United States is all about. And that's going to happen.
You want me to introduce him? Because you told me that. And we're out of time. We're almost.
Okay, she will not leave me alone, so I'll let her do it.
Okay, so I always have to refresh his memory. We just want to leave with one thing. It takes all of us. And you know, our theme for next year actually is everybody plays a part. And again, I can't say enough about the trucking industry, but we probably run over on time. I don't know whose fault that was, but we're probably going to run over, and forgive me, John. But what I would like to do right now, I would like to invite all this is actually the first official Gold Star Mothers Recognition Week, right? We're doing that. This Gold Star Families. I want to correct that. It's Gold Star Families Week. And so if I could ask all the Gold Star family members just to come to the stage and just one at a time say the name of your loved ones, and we will end our part with that, because that's what it's all about. So you folks want to come up?
Corporal Benjamin Kopp, U.S. Army Ranger, killed in action 7/18/2009.
Lieutenant Daniel James Wade, U.S. Navy.
My son, Captain Todd Christmas, deceased on November 29th, 2004.
Before 9/11, there was 10/12. My son, Seaman Sharon Lewis Gunn, USS Cole, October 12, 2000.
Captain Mark Resch, January 28, 2007.
Colonel David Banholzer, 24 years active duty, November 4th, 2016.
Specialist David Taylor, Kandahar, Afghanistan, March 29th, 2012.
Lieutenant Commander J. Lance Woodruff, United States Navy, July 21st, 2009.
The love of my life, Captain Alexander Jacob Stanton, United States Air Force, September 30th of 2016.
Specialist Dustin J. Harris, U.S. Army, killed in action in Iraq, April 6, 2006.
My son, U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Damian Campbell, Afghanistan, 2005.
My twin brother, Major Andrew David Byers, U.S. Army Special Forces, killed in Afghanistan, November 3rd, 2016.
My husband, Major Paul Volke, killed in Afghanistan, June 2012.
My dad, Major Robert Horton, March 21st, 1999.
My husband, her father, Sergeant Major Robert Bowman, U.S. Army Ranger, January 13th, 2013.
My son, Captain Jesse Melton III, United States Marine Corps, killed in action in Afghanistan on September the 9th, 2008.
My son, IT2, U.S. Navy, Christopher mission at 9/11.
My dad, Petty Officer First Class Kit Estella, U.S. Navy.
My son, PFC Robert Leon White, killed July 29th, 2002.
Our son, Airman First Class Nathaniel Henry McDavitt, United States Air Force, killed April 15, 2016.
We say their names, and in 2018, our theme is Be Their Witness. And that's what we're doing here tonight. We are working to fill a truck of veterans' wreaths for placement on the headstones of our fallen. And as you just heard from our Gold Star families, your wreath means that they will never be forgotten. So we're asking you now, help us fill this truck. Call in your donation now. Don't wait. We are running out of time. If you'd like to do that online, you can go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK, or you can call and make a donation. And please be patient if our lines are busy. But that number is 877-385-9504. We encourage you to get on those phones, get online, make that donation now. Just $15, and $5 from that $15 donation will go to help support our transportation logistics in getting all of these wreaths to their destinations throughout the country. Amber, I understand you have some shout outs.
Yeah, we have some folks that we wanted to say hi to. Also, we are ready to give away our second 500 sponsored wreaths.
Do we have a winner?
We do have a winner.
This is exciting.
Now, this is exciting. Sandy Cross. Sandy Cross, you will be having 500 sponsored wreaths go to Bushnell National Cemetery in Florida. We know our friends in Bushnell will really very much appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in very much, Sandy. We also, I'm so excited for them.
I kind of got goosebumps.
I know, I'm super excited for them. We also want to give some shout outs to some of our groups. So we had Arkansas Run for the Fallen. That's Angela. Our good friend Angela,
hey, Angela,
in Arkansas.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for being on a Magnolia Chapter Gold Star Wives in Georgia. Nice. The Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 937, Sacred Heart Cemetery in New Jersey, Greenwood Cemetery in Kansas, Camp Butler National Cemetery in Illinois, and Andersonville National Cemetery in Georgia. And actually, earlier we heard from Lee Gentry, who did an event a couple weeks ago to help they raised 5,000 wreaths for Andersonville National Cemetery through their effort, which was just amazing to hear. So we're really excited about that. We've also had some great groups that have been involved tonight. One of the folks that I wanted to point out, we have a young man named Preston Sharp. I think there was a post on our feed. Tomorrow's his 13th birthday.
Happy birthday,
Preston. Preston's group is Preston Sharp Veterans Flags and Flowers. He is a soon-to-be 13-year-old boy from California who launched a call to serve to action to honor those who served since 2015, and he has a goal of honoring veterans in every state. His mission is to honor veterans every day, not just on a holiday. So thank you, Preston, for joining us tonight, for being part of that. So we have so many groups and locations that have great stories like that, and that kind of comes back to what Susan and I have been, we know we've been talking a lot tonight, but that's really what the point is. There's so many stories to tell, and it might sound like, one of the things that we do is, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, Susan and I, we're standing behind this Mission Matters sign, and that really is kind of the theme of what we're talking about.
Was that just a Vanna
I know,
move?
that was a Vanna White.
Vanna.
So our mission matters. So this is we like to tell our stories. We love to hear from our volunteers in our locations across the country. Susan actually she produces a radio show with our executive director, Karen Worcester, that airs on Wreaths Across America every Wednesday at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. It's called Mission Matters, and she interviews people from all over the country who are part of the mission to remember, honor, and teach. We encourage you to tune in. It's also the name of our newsletter, which is a monthly newsletter that anyone can sign up for. If you go to wreathsacrossamerica.org, scroll to the bottom, say, yes, I want the newsletter. It's only once a month, has some great information. We love to share stories from our folks like we were just mentioning across the country. So please, so many ways to get involved, even if you can't make it out to a cemetery, though we really hope that you can find one in your location, in your area to participate in. So we're very excited because as we're standing here, we are rejoined by the real host of tonight's show.
Excellent.
Joe and Karen. Here you go.
Hi, you guys are doing
surrendered
great.
that quickly.
Yeah, they're trying to get our jobs.
I
Joe.
guess so.
So, guys, it was still going on. The event's running long. I think it's Morrill's fault. He got up there. You didn't see it. He got up and took out some notes after he was told specifically not to. I hope you all did get a chance to meet the loved ones of all the Gold Star families, and I think there were like 20. Yeah, it was very moving, wonderful. So we're going to have to go back in. I want to take this opportunity. There are a couple sponsors that, big sponsors that we haven't had a chance. I told them we'd try to hang on a little bit if they want to come out. That's Civil Air Patrol. Which is an auxiliary of the Air Force. They raised over $1 million for us last year and have been partners with us. They're actually our first partner and go way back to when we started fundraising. So they're with us. And then Walmart also. They do a lot of things, and they're big supporters of us, both with transportation and donation of wreaths. So it's been a really fun evening to get to see everybody. What did you think, Joe? Your first
This has been it's been an incredibly moving evening, and what I especially take away from it is looking at that last segment where we had each of the Gold Star mothers come up and just share the name of the loved one that they lost, of their son or daughter or husband or wife, and it's I think like we mentioned when we were talking with Jill earlier, it's incredible to me that Gold Star parents are able to come back from a devastating loss. Mm-hmm. And do something so amazing with it. And it's, when you talk about that, what mission matters, I mean, that's what it's all about. It's about giving back, because it's not just about what our service members and our veterans have done, but it's about what they have left to do. Exactly. And if they're not here to give it, we have to do it for them. And part of honoring veterans is not just going out once a day. And what a great story from the 13-year-old in California. It's not just about honoring veterans on one day. It's about going out and living for them every day.
Exactly. I mean, we have to take care of our freedom, and we have to teach it to the next generation. So we're going to be hearing Medal of Honor recipient Sammy Davis. So we're going to go back in for that and the dessert, because we're not foolish. But it's been a wonderful evening. I know we're running long, but I want to bring out a couple things. We talked about that anybody who wants to do a corporate sponsor, and I believe to do the corporate sponsor through us, they're going to have to call, right? If you want to sponsor a pallet, and if you sponsor a pallet, you're going to go into a drawing. And if you win that drawing, if you sponsor a pallet tonight, you go in the drawing. If you win the drawing, then you will receive one of 10 spots for your company or your organization, which will be on one of the tractor trailers that will be in the convoy all the way from Maine to Arlington. So that's a very it's a very valued spot. We're only allowed to bring the 10 trucks down. So let me repeat that. You can call 1-877-385-9504. Say you want to sponsor a pallet tonight. They will bill you, I believe is how it works. They will invoice you. But your name will go in the drawing tonight to win that spot to be on that trailer. So they also are doing it through the Give Smart, which is from the, if you want to do it, Give Smart, it's on the TCA's website, right? Which is, I don't know, it's truckload.org. See, that's good. I didn't know that, but now you do. Truckload.org or call 1-877-385-9504. So there are a lot of you watching, but boy, we're not filling that truck. So please, we need to raise some dollars to help. Sometimes it's just to pay fuel assistance for somebody that is a privately owned driver, owner-operator. Thank you, privately owned driver. That sounded really dumb. Anyway, forgive me for that, but sometimes it's just a guy who owns his truck who wants to do it, but he needs a little help with fuel. And also I want to say, if you're living out there in a remote location or wherever you're living and you're participating and you know somebody locally who would like to come to Maine and bring wreaths back to your location, we would love to include them, and you can find that on the website, how to join us in the trucking of the wreaths. So we've been watching you a little bit, and we've noticed some of the people in there watching you, so I think it's been going really good. And what do you think, Joe? We got to go get some dessert.
I think I'm looking forward to this. If dessert is anything close to dinner, then
it was
we need
wonderful.
to get in there.
Again, shout out to the Crystal.
Absolutely.
It's Crystal? Crystal Gateway Marriott, because they're awesome. Okay, so we're going to turn it back over to you, and we'll be back. People, hang on. We'll be back after we hear our speaker.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for coming.
Save me a dessert.
Not on your life.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Is there any leftovers?
She works us to death and doesn't even save a dessert. I just don't know what that woman's up to. But, you know, it's all for great cause. We are really having a great time here tonight. And we have been so impressed with the amount of supporters that have come forward through the Truckload Carriers Association and the partners that have come out to speak with us and educate us about what they are doing to support the mission to remember, honor, and teach. And that's what it's all about. And I think we've mentioned it before, that our volunteers will tell you who get involved with this organization that it's powerful, it's moving, it's probably the most important donation that you can make to say thank you to a veteran and a veteran's family, to let them know they're not forgotten, most importantly to let them know that their service, it was not in vain.
Absolutely.
And that they are remembered, and we are filled with gratitude because of that, and your donation will help us show that gratitude.
And I just, you know, right before we came on, Susan and I were watching. As we're doing this, we're actually watching as well. And we got to watch so many of our friends who have become part of our family almost, these American Gold Star mothers and wives and fathers. And I mean, we've met so many amazing people over our years with Wreaths Across America. Truly, some of the best people that I've ever known and I've ever met have been involved with this organization. And so, you know, we're excited to have you all here tonight. We're actually going to share a couple more videos of some of the other trucking companies who have been part of the mission with you right now, and we're actually going to go grab a couple of those other guys that Karen mentioned for us to speak to while they're finishing their dessert. We'll continue to work. Hopefully they'll keep us.
That might be the way I get dessert, actually.
Yeah, it's a good call. So at that right now, so remember guys, wreathsacrossamerica.org /WAATRK.
Or you can call as well, and that number is 877-385-9504. Please go to the phones right now. Don't wait. We're going to be running out of time this evening, and we really, really need your support now.
Thank you.
That our flag was still there.
Always in their minds and forever in their hearts.
Someone's brother, father, cousin, uncle, whatever. And they made the supreme sacrifice. Some of those people on that wall, I knew them.
Purdue Farm truck drivers laid wreaths in front of the Wicomico War Veterans Memorial.
It was a good turnout despite the weather, and it's a very moving ceremony.
It's a good feeling, you know, going to those families, the Gold Star families that have lost, you know, they've lost loved ones in foreign wars, and it's a good feeling to say thank you and to appreciate, you know, their sacrifices.
Now the wreaths are made in Maine and brought down by Purdue drivers, going as far as Florida, hitting stops like Arlington and the Naval Academy. 6 out of the 7 wreaths represent each military branch, and the 7th wreath represents 191 men from Wicomico County who lost their lives serving our country.
Most of them at a very young age lost their lives in service to our country. And to place these wreaths here is just another step in remembering them.
The Purdue drivers are all military veterans. Keith Clark has been a part of these ceremonies for 6 years.
And those families, you know, they're enduring, you know, their sacrifices means a lot to all of us.
The cost of war is a steep price to pay.
We should never forget those men. Freedom isn't free, so we have to defend our way of life.
In Wicomico County, I'm AJ Clemente for WRDE Delmarva's own NBC station.
Wreaths Across America is on the premise of remembering those that have served, honoring those that still serve today, and teaching our youth and community about what their service has done for our community and our country.
Well, Garner Trucking has been involved with Wreaths Across America. This is our 5th year. The very first year we took one load to Arlington National Cemetery. And the last 2 years, we've brought a load here to Maple Grove in our hometown of Findlay, Ohio. It's great to be part of something bigger than yourself, and knowing that the part that you're playing in this effort is making a difference in so many lives. It's remembering our veterans, honoring our veterans, and then teaching our young people, our youth, about those sacrifices, the ultimate sacrifices that our veterans gave for our freedom.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color Guard, retreat.
This year, they have enough wreaths to cover every grave in Arlington Cemetery. And it's pretty remarkable. Isn't that fantastic? Our country is stepping up to honor our servicemen and women that have served. And we want to say just another thank you. If you're a veteran here today, we want to thank you for your service to our country. We appreciate what you've done for our nation. Thank you. And finally, as we go out and we lay these wreaths, remember what these servicemen and women have done for our country. And this, in my mind, is about us keeping that faith. And showing them the honor that they deserve. And let's remember that as we go out and lay these wreaths here today.
Harold Williams, appreciate your service. Well, my dad's a veteran. My grandfather's a veteran. I've got a lot of family who's active military, and it's the least I can do as a member of this community to give back in a little way.
Haley, thank you for your service. Thomas R. Olson, thank you for your service.
A lot of us, most of the time, don't think of what our military families and so forth go through for us, and it brings it home.
I had the most remarkable opportunity last year on the annual escort of wreaths from Maine to Arlington National Cemetery on one of the last legs of the journey. I was actually able to hop in with a Purdue driver, Rodney. Rodney, forgive me, your last name is escaping me at the moment, but Rodney, driver with Purdue, we rode in his truck. We talked to him about his military service. It was just a tremendous honor to be able to ride along with a driver and to hear his story about how proud he was as a veteran to serve in the capacity of hauling a truckload of America's respect. And that's what we're asking you to do here tonight, is to fill one of those trucks. 5,000 wreaths is what we need to fill one truck, and we're counting on you tonight to go to the phones to make that happen. Please do it now. Don't wait. The number to call is 877-385-9504, or you can make a donation online online as well, and that email address is wreathsacross.org/WAATRK. And that's in order to fill our truck. 5,000 wreaths. We need you to make that happen tonight. And you've been hearing these compelling stories. You've been hearing the names of our fallen heroes and soldiers and so forth who have served and have given the ultimate sacrifice. They stood up. They said, I'm willing to serve our country. I'm willing to sign that check, and I'm willing to give my life for our country and for your freedoms. And that's something that we can't take for granted. And I think oftentimes a lot of folks do, in fact, take that for granted. The freedoms, the liberties that we have. You know, we talked earlier this evening to Spanky and his wife, Lisa, and he told us about his experiences when our escort to Arlington National Cemetery stopped at the Liberation Monument in Liberty Park in New Jersey. And we had the distinct honor of getting to know a Holocaust survivor, Luna Kaufman. And Luna Kaufman is still with us today, and we are in touch with her regularly through Wreaths Across America. But we were so impressed with her story because she's not angry, she's not bitter, she's grateful to the liberators who came in to make sure that they could free others. So our military stands up constantly, not only to protect our freedoms and liberties, but also to protect those others who are oppressed. And when they stand to serve, we can support them. And that's what we're doing here at Wreaths Across America. Our mission, remember our fallen heroes. Honor those who serve and their families, and teach younger generations. And you've already heard some tremendous stories about the amount of volunteers that work for us who are young people. And as we say at Wreaths Across America, they actually get it. So thank you so much for your support. We ask you to please go to those phones. And now we're going to return to the gala so that you can hear more from our Medal of Honor recipient
this evening, and especially the dessert. That was amazing. Moral, Karen, and Rob, thank you. You guys inspire me every single time I see you, and I am blessed to work alongside of you in this mission, and I appreciate your dedication, and thank you for bringing the truckload carriers along on your journey. I also want to just thank again the sacrifices of the Gold Star families. You are amazing in the sacrifices you have made for our country, and your children and husbands and fathers have made. What an impact, and I am especially grateful this evening. I want to also thank a very special group of individuals, the TCA leadership and staff. They work tirelessly every single year to do this event for us. And while Brenda and Sherry and Dennis and I get to stand up here on stage and express our gratitude and our thanks to the industry, they are really the ones that do the work every single day to make this event possible. So I'd like y'all to join me in thanking the TCA leadership and staff for this amazing event. Over the past 6 years, I have had the honor of introducing many, many distinguished speakers. However, tonight I'm especially honored to introduce tonight's speaker. Sergeant Sammy Davis enlisted in the Army directly out of high school in 1965. He followed in his father's footsteps as an artilleryman and was assigned to the 4th Artillery. Sergeant Davis was soon sent to Vietnam after his training. During Sergeant Davis's time in Vietnam, his unit of 11 guns and 42 men came under heavy mortar attack and ground assault. Sergeant Davis was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor from President Lyndon Johnson 1 year and 1 day after that attack. Years later, footage of President Johnson putting the Medal of Honor around Sergeant Davis's neck appeared in the movie Forrest Gump. Gump's fictional Medal of Honor citation was loosely based on Davis's real one. Sergeant Davis was also awarded a Silver Star, 2 Purple Hearts, the National Defense Service Medal, Vietnam Service Medal, Vietnam Campaign Medal, Good Conduct Medal. He has received 27 civilian awards and honors, served on 14 advisory boards, and is a member of 33 organizations. I can tell you all of this, but I have a video that will show you more of Mr. Davis's life, Sergeant Davis's life, and his incredible story. So I would invite you now to learn a little more about Sergeant Davis from this video.
I was working at a bowling alley. I ran the restaurant at a bowling alley, and we had a television, and there came a very short clip of the president putting the Medal of Honor on Roger Donlin. And he just, standing so tall and so straight. And now, because of the military people in my family, I was very aware of what the Medal of Honor was. And I thought, wow, when I grow up, I'd like to be a soldier like him.
In 1965, after finishing high school, Sammy Davis enlisted in the Army. His father had been an artilleryman during World War II, and he volunteered to do the same. Upon the completion of training, he requested to be sent to Vietnam.
Our job was to provide close and continuous support to the infantry. That's the artilleryman's job. So we would sometimes have to fire almost continuously for 8 or 10 hours. As long as the enemy was attacking our infantrymen, you had to do your job. And then you may lay around for a day or 2 days and not do much. Then you cleaned everything and painted everything and polished your bullets. Sergeant James Gant from Lansing, Michigan, he was the meanest sergeant I ever seen in my life. And he would make us take each bullet out of our clip every night before it got dark and polish it. He was just a bitter old man. Sergeant Gant was 27 years old. He was just a bitter old sergeant, and that's why he was picking on us.
On November 18, 1967, Davis's unit was airlifted to a tiny island in the Mekong Delta near Kai Lay, Vietnam. American infantrymen were already heavily engaged in the area when Davis and his fellow gunners arrived.
So we landed at 8 o'clock in the morning. As soon as we spread the trails on the 105 howitzer, we started firing. And we fired the weapon all day. Just before dark, the enemy broke contact, so therefore we were able to quit firing. And a helicopter, one of our helicopters, came in and sat down, and a major got out. And he said, your probability of getting hit tonight is 100%. So prepare yourselves. He got back in his helicopter, and away he went. At 2 o'clock exactly, and I remember because I looked at my watch, we heard mortars sliding down the tube, which is a very distinctive sound, and to hear them sliding down the tube, you got to be pretty close. And I said immediately, I said, well, when did we move in mortars? And Hart said, we didn't. The mortars were just raining down. And at 2:30 exactly, the mortars quit. It was this eerie quiet. We looked at each other, and we heard whistles being blown like a coach has, and orders being shouted in English. And basically what they were saying was, go kill the GI. Sergeant Gant said, okay boys, this is it. So we grabbed a beehive round, set it on muzzle action, loaded it in the tube, and we were standing there at our position ready for him. I was waiting for Sergeant Gant to tell me to fire. Now, I knew not to fire until he said fire no matter what was happening, and I could see the enemy all around us. They were doing mass assault waves. Then he said fire, and I pulled the lanyard. Well, the weapon went off, did its job, but the enemy had set up a rocket right across the river from me. And when I fired, they fired at my muzzle blast. When it hit the shield, it blew me off the piece. It also hit Sergeant Gant right in the chest. And the last thing I can remember was Sergeant Gant just disappearing into the darkness. Well, the enemy started turning my howitzer around, supposedly to turn it and fire it at our guys. If I'd been awake, I would have known that our next gun back was going to fire a beehive round. Standing rule is you never let the enemy take control of the weapon. You know, common sense. But I was not, I was unconscious. So when the enemy started picking my howitzer up to fire it, Bill Few from Rising Sun, Ohio, fired the beehive. A beehive round effectively turns the 105 howitzer into a shotgun. It fires 18,000 little darts, beehive darts. From mid-thigh up to and including my 4th lumbar vertebra, I had about 30 beehive holes that just passed through me. I had a flak jacket on, which is the only thing that saved my back. When they fired the beehive at me, it woke me up, and I rolled over and I rolled face up in the bottom of my foxhole, and I'm looking up and I could see all these pretty lights going right over the top of my foxhole, and I thought, wow, it's just like Christmas. My hearing went like turning the stereo from 0 to 50. You know, went from hearing nothing within just a very short period of time. It got loud enough that the smoke started clearing out of my head, and I'm starting to realize what's happening, and those weren't just pretty lights, they were tracers. So I kind of raised up on one elbow, and I looked down, and there was 150 to 200 enemy right there. Well, I picked up my M16. I had 12 clips, which is roughly about 180 rounds. And I started doing my job as a soldier. It was just like living in a bad dream. You know, no matter what I did, it's like I wasn't doing nothing to them. It was a reinforced battalion. It was 1,500 against 42 kids, and they just kept coming. Well, I fired the last rounds, and I didn't think that I was probably going to see daylight, but I wasn't going to quit. You know, because I thought, well, if I don't do my job, those guys behind me ain't got a chance. So I thought, well, I'll see if I can get off one round from the howitzer. So I scrounged around, found a beehive round, set it on muzzle action, found the canister that had not been fired, had to find the powder because we'd had everything set up nice and orderly, and naturally the mortars had blown everything askew. Now the enemy's still doing their job. I mean, they're everywhere. So I was having to hide and lay in the water, and they'd run over me, and finally when I found all the components and I loaded the piece, I pulled the lanyard. The gun didn't go off. It went, when I pulled the lanyard, it went pop, and my heart just sunk, you know, because this was my last effort. But I could feel the gun kind of going. And then it went off, and it went boom. I had overcharged it. Figured I was only going to get one round. I wanted it to be maximally effective, so I filled the canister full of loose powder. Later they told me, says, yeah, man, we thought that you had rigged up some kind of big flamethrower or something because of all that wet powder. That's why it didn't go off immediately. Well, I was still alive. I thought, well, maybe I can get off one more round. Well, I one more rounded it until I had heard someone across the river shouting, "Don't shoot, I'm a GI." And I seen Gwendell Holloway, my brother, standing up waving these boonie hats saying, "Don't shoot, I'm a GI." And I said, my God, somebody's got to go get him. By this point, my body was in real feeble condition, and I knew I couldn't just run down there and swim across the river. So I thought, well, I'll find an air mattress. That's what the Army had given us to sleep on. So I crawled down to the river, swam across the river, stashed the air mattress in the bushes, and started making back to where I'd last seen Gwendell standing. There was a foxhole there. And instead of just one man being in it, there were 3 men in it. Well, I knew I didn't have the strength to make 3 trips. It had taken me about 45 minutes to make that trip over to that point. And I was just getting so tired. So I asked the man above to give me the strength to carry all 3 of my brothers at one time.
Despite his massive injuries and the unremitting ferocity of the Viet Cong attack, Davis made 2 agonizing trips across the river, shuttling his wounded companions to relative safety.
They pulled Jim up on the bank and started doing what they could for him, and I started crawling back to help Bill Few's guys when I came across my Mino Sergeant Gant. About half his body was in water, had this big hole in his chest, and he couldn't talk, but he picked his hand up. And I thought, my sergeant wants me to hold his hand. So I kind of crawled up and I grabbed a hold, and I still was hoping that he was going to tell me what to do next, you know. And I grabbed a hold of his hand and I looked down in his eyes. The light bulb that comes on in your head that your daddy always told you about, the light bulb came on. All these things that he had, you know, polishing the bullet, the beehive round, setting the time fuse on it, setting out in 100-degree heat with a blindfold. Sergeant Gant shared with us the things that he knew was going to help us survive. And when I looked down in his eyes, I knew that he didn't hate me, that he loved me. You got to love somebody a whole lot to pick on them and teach them things. Jim Deister was one of the last people that we loaded on the helicopters. He was with our dad. The medic in the helicopter seen a bubble come up through the chest wound that Jim had in his chest. He'd been shot in the chest also. And took his stethoscope off and put it on his heart and had a heartbeat. And Jim Deister is alive and well today, living in Salina, Kansas. I got to hold Jim Deister's grandbabies. What an awesome feeling, knowing that if I hadn't done my job when I was just a kid, that this precious little thing would not be here. There were 11 of us left standing that morning out of the 42 that started, 12 counting me. The other 11 men are the men that put me in for this. I didn't do anything heroic. I did my job. That's what soldiers do. And if there was one of these given that night, there should be at least 42 of them. Because if any one of us had not done their job, there would be none of us alive. It sounds silly perhaps to say that I went to war and found out about love. What real love is? You know, I didn't go to war to kill people. I went to war because I loved my daddy. I wanted him to be proud of me. I went to war because I loved my grandpas and I loved my country. And when I got over there, the reason why we fought so hard was because we discovered we loved each other, that we were all we had. And they became brothers. We became brothers. And that's lasted up, you know, it's been 36 years, and those men that I fought with are still my brothers. So I learned about what real love is.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and pleased to introduce you to Sergeant Sammy Davis.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with y'all tonight. It's an honor to be here with Corporal Kopp's mama. God bless Ben. Cool. With the Wreaths across America, it helps all of America to not forget. And that is the very least that we can do, isn't it? Is to help perpetuate the sacrifice that has so many of our young military people have given. God bless America. I've got a few minutes for question and answers if y'all have any questions. If not, we'll move right on with the program. Is any outstanding questions y'all would like to ask?
Where do babies come
Say again. Where do babies come from? That would have to take a closer look. I'm sorry, Dixie. I've never received that question before. Are you a Marine? I won't make any other comments. Yes, ma'am. The most important thing that we can instill in our children's heart is the love that we have for what is America. Now, do you understand that? Yeah. What is America? What Dixie and I travel all across the United States. We're on the road 200 plus days a year speaking to America. One of the things that we try to do is to encourage everyone to stand up firmly for what you believe is right in your heart. Not what color hat you wear, but what you believe is right in your heart. That is one of the things that we can share with our children. There have been 2.7 million children hold this Medal of Honor. 2.7, we're working on 2.8. My favorite grades to talk to are 4th and 5th graders. And it's because they ask the questions that they really want to know. Now, we talk from kindergarten through university, and the university student will ask you a question, and there's usually some pretty good questions. But when a university question says, well, how many people did you kill? I open up my heart and I tell them. But when a 4th grader asks the same question, it's much easier to open up your heart and tell them. One of the questions that was asked, and that's not been too long ago, was, well, Sergeant Davis, where do you poop in the jungle? And I could see looking in his little eyes that he really wanted to know. So I told him, well, you just walk up behind a big tree and get the job done. And then a little girl said, well, what do you clean yourself with? I said, banana leaves. But the babies asked the question. They really wanted to know. They weren't being, unfortunately, sometimes the higher grades will ask questions because they think it's cool to ask the question. I don't really have it in my heart that they really want to know the answer. But when those babies ask questions, they really want to know the answer. So it's so much easier just to open up and tell them what's really there. In Vietnam, I learned so many things. In service to my country, I have learned so many things. One of the things that I learned was how to play a harmonica. And I'm going to share with you all tonight the harmonica story. According to my mother, there was a 63-day time period when I was in Vietnam that she failed to get any letters from me. Now, when I'm telling this story in schools, invariably some school 6th grader will say, well, why didn't you just text her? And they have to explain to them that, well, we didn't have cell phones or text. All we had was letter writing, and at the very best, it took 7 to 12 days for a letter from Vietnam to get to America, and that was the very best. Usually it was more like a couple of weeks to 3 weeks. So my mother became concerned, and she went down to the local Red Cross, and she sat down and she said, my son, Samuel E. Davis, I have not heard from him in 63 days. What's my proper response? And they said, well, we will enter his name on the list. We'll send it to the Pentagon, and the Pentagon will run his name against the existing list of wounded in action, missing in action, and killed in action. And then we will let you know what their response is. Okay, now in Vietnam, I didn't know anything of this was coming about. I'm sitting on perimeter guard in a way forward post, 5:30 in the morning, and we only had four 105 howitzers out on this op, and one string of concertina wire around us, which is barbed wire basically. That was our big perimeter. And I was sitting there doing my job, making sure the bad guys weren't trying to sneak in on us all night. 5:30 in the morning, it was still darkish down on the ground, but the sky was just starting to get pink. And I heard somebody walking in the mud. Now down where we were in the southernmost portion, it was always mud and water and rice paddies. And I became concerned, and I'm looking, then I realized the sound's coming more to my left. So I looked to my left, and I could see a figure walking towards me inside the concertina wire. It looked like a GI's silhouette, and as it got closer, I could see that it was a GI. In fact, it was my captain. Now, captains don't normally come check on you on the perimeter at 5:30 in the morning. They usually wait till 10 o'clock or so. And the military men will know what I'm talking about. And as he got closer, I could see that he had a very concerned look on his face. Well, the captain had never come talk to me at that time of the morning, so I'm thinking, wow, why would he be coming out here to talk to him? It must be something really serious. Mom and Dad's been in a bad car wreck, or Mom and Dad's house is burnt down. That was what I'm thinking that he's coming out here to tell me. So as he gets closer, I could see that he had this real serious look on his face, and he walks up, steps off in my foxhole and sits down. He leans forward. He said, "Private Davis?" "Yes, sir." "You haven't been writing your mother." And I said, "Well, no, sir." "Why have you not?" And I explained to him, and as my captain, he was extremely aware of what I had just told him, that a reason why I hadn't been writing my mama was because, what do you write mom about? We'd been going through really hard combat. I thought it had only been a couple of days or a couple of weeks, but according to Mother, it'd been 63 days. I didn't know what to write her. You know, you don't write home to Mama and say, "Well, Bill got his arm blown off yesterday." You know, you don't do that. So I thought, well, I'll write tomorrow. Well, I'll write tomorrow. Like I say, I thought it had only been a couple of weeks. Also, I threw in the fact that I didn't have anything to write on, because you carried your writing material in the pouch on the side of your fatigues, and because we were always wet, they turned into spitballs, and I told the captain, "You can't write on spitballs." And he said, "Private, with each meal that you eat, you have 4 opportunities to write home to your mother." He said, "Your C ration box." He said, "You have 2 large postcards, which front and the back. You have 2 small postcards, which is the side." He said, "Private, I don't care what you write about. I don't care what you write on, but you will write home to your mother every day." Well, when you got to write home to Mama every day and you don't want to write about what's really happening, what do you write about? So I wrote about the mud and how the mud smelled and how the mud felt. The mud in Vietnam is very unique. I'm trying to think how I could properly say this. They have been using human fertilizer for thousands of years, which grows really great rice, but it does make the mud feel kind of unique, and it makes it smell very unique. Okay, so that was 3 or 4 days worth of letter writing every day. Now, you can't get a whole lot of verbiage on a little postcard, but every day I had a message to put to Mom in the mail sack. I wrote about bugs, wrote about baby elephant. As a farm boy, I'd helped Dad deliver a lot of little calves, and we had an elephant. Elephants were trucks, and that's what our Arvins, our Vietnam Army partners, that's what they used for trucks in a lot of situations, especially down where we were, where it was just rice paddies and thick jungle. And one of the mama elephants, the first day that she came to us, I could see that she would be standing, and you could see her. She was in labor. I asked her owner, I said, "Well, why don't you help?" "Oh, you know," he didn't know what to do. So later that evening, I she was really hurting really bad. I knew what to do, so I took my shirt off and did my job, reached in. Sure enough, the whole elephant was sideways. And I'm reaching, I got a hold of his little head and pulled and pulled and pulled, and finally I got it turned. I didn't know baby elephants weighed 250 pounds. And when I got it turned, it came out, bloop, right on top of me, knocked me to the ground, knocked the breath out of me, and I'm laying there, wow, trying to, I think it kind of knocked me out. I'm laying there, and the baby elephant's laying on top of me, and it wasn't moving, and its little eyes were closed, but its little pink trunk was smelling me everywhere that I smelled the strongest at. And I'm laying, yep, there too. So I'm just kind of laying there, and the little elephant's smelling me, and I kind of finally scooted my way out from underneath it. Well, I was able to be with that little elephant for 3 days. And every time I got near it, the little elephant would come walking up to me and smell me to make sure that I was the same guy. It was really cool. That elephant's probably, that's been 50 years ago, but I hope that elephant's still alive, because it was sure a precious little elephant. Well, these are the things that I was writing home to Mama every day. I'd send my little postcard. After a few weeks, I got a package in the mail. Now, my mama was famous for her oatmeal raisin cookies, and she usually put a little bit of pecans in it. So when I got this package, and the package was about yay big, I'm thinking, yo, Mom sent me some oatmeal raisin cookies. Well, the sergeant dumped the mail bag out on the ammo pallet, and for those of you that's been in the military, you know you just didn't reach down and grab it. You had to wait for the sergeant to pick up your letter or package and call your name and would hand it to you. So when he picked up my package and handed it to me, I kind of there was 8 or 10 of us gathered to get her mail, and I kind of stepped back away. Now I was going to share my cookies, but I was going to eat the first one. Opened the package up, and it was a harmonica box. And on the box it said, "Son, I hope this helps you be not quite so bored." So my letters home to Mama had worked. She was no longer concerned. In fact, she thought I was bored. Well, I didn't know how to play the harmonica. I was bummed out it wasn't cookies. I stuck it in my pocket, went back to my foxhole, and I'm sitting there doing my job. One of our sergeants, Johnston Dunlap, he was E6. I was private, and he was E6. It was his job to walk the perimeter, make sure that all of us men in the foxholes were doing our job, being observant, and not playing with the little toy die-cast airplanes that our little brother had sent us. So he come walking by my foxhole, and he said, "Private Davis." I said, "Yes, Sergeant." He said, "Did your mother send you a harmonica?" And I pulled it out of my pocket. I said, "Yes, Sergeant." He said, "Well, play Shenandoah for me." Well, Sergeant, I don't know how to play Shenandoah. What I meant was, I don't know how to play this thing. Now, what Mom had sent me was a Hohner echo harp, which it's got double reeds on both sides, and they're a beautiful sounding harmonica. But I didn't know how to play it. And he said, "Well, play Shenandoah for me." Well, when an E6 asks a private to play the harmonica, your proper response is. So I'm sitting there. Now, we were artillery. The enemy knew where we were. It wasn't like we were out in the jungle hiding. So I'm sitting there doing my job on the perimeter. I'm watching for the bad guys, blowing on the harmonica. It took John 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, to walk around our little perimeter. And every time he come by, now he could hear me playing. It was a small enough area. He could hear me playing all the way around the perimeter. And when he'd come back by again, he goes, "Well, it sounded a little better, but when you get here, you need to raise it up, or lower it down, stretch it out." Within a couple of weeks, you could tell what I was trying to play. Well, Sergeant Dunlap and I became brothers. We became much more than just sergeant and private. We became brothers. I asked John, I said, "Well, why is Shenandoah so important to you, John?" And he said, "Well, I was 4 years in the Army. I got out to finish my degree, went to a college just outside of Washington, D.C., just west of here. And this was 1964-65 time period, and this was when Vietnam was just starting to crank up, and the students at this college were protesting our involvement in Vietnam and burning the flag almost on a daily basis, protesting all that. And he said, rather than getting involved in trying to correct the problem, he said, I just got in my car and I would drive 70 miles straight west to the Shenandoah River Valley. He said, drive up the ridge, park my car, get out, walk to the edge, sit down on a rock with his feet hanging over, and he could look down into the river, which I've been there. It's about, I don't know, 80 foot, I think, down. And he looked up the valley, and he said, it's so beautiful and so peaceful there that just sitting there with the view and the faint breeze with just a faint hint of pine in it it would renew my soul and give hope to my heart. And he said, Sam, when you play Shenandoah for me, it's like I'm back there sitting on that rock again, and you put hope back in my heart. Thank you. So now as an artilleryman, I had many other jobs to do, but when I was sitting on perimeter, I was sitting there always playing the harmonica. And my guys, even to this day, when we gather, you got your heart with you, Sam. Play it for us. I didn't realize what an important part of their life that the harmonica and Shenandoah had become. My Sergeant Johnston Dunlap was killed in Vietnam. He's on the wall, panel 50 east, 13 lines down. In 1982, when we dedicated the wall, I was one of the invited guest speakers. And I drove in, got a room across the river, put my uniform on. They said there was this big book that you could look at and find out where all your brothers were on the wall. So my wife and I got in the car, we drove over. It was probably close to 2 o'clock by the time we got to the wall in the morning. I didn't really have to be there till 9 o'clock, so I had a few hours to do whatever I wished. So I looked through the book and found out where all the names were of all my brothers, found Johnston E. Dunlap's name, went to that part of the wall, pulled the harp out, touched Johnston's, his name's right here, Johnston E. Dunlap. Told John, I said, brother, I'm going to play Shenandoah for you again. I hope that it brings peace to your heart and hope to your soul. When I started playing, I looked up and down the wall, and there were probably 25 or 30 vets that had came in for the ceremony that was going to be in just a few hours. Close my eyes, start playing Shenandoah, remembering all the times that John and I had sat together in Vietnam. Played it through 2 or 3 times. When I was done, I put it back in my pocket, saluted. And when I turned to walk away, there were like 300 men at the wall. Where the Ladies' Memorial is today, in 1982, that was still woods. And my brothers had came from all over America, actually all over the world, because some came from Australia, had come to be at the ceremony that was going to start at 9 o'clock in the morning. And when they heard the harmonica playing, they came down to touch the wall to be with their brothers. So I'm standing here, wow. Well, that became part of the tradition of me playing Shenandoah. I want to play Shenandoah tonight for all of our Gold Star families. I hope that it finds a place in your heart. I want to play it for all of you. I hope that it gives you strength and puts peace in your soul when you need it. Thank you. Cool. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you so much for your service. I've got to say that may have been the first time I have ever heard Shenandoah played on a harmonica, and what a beautiful story. So we have had a tremendous evening with you here on our first virtual convoy, coming to you live from Washington, D.C., from the Gateway Marriott. And to close out our evening, we've asked our chairman of the board, Wayne Hansen, to come back and join us to share with you a story that really conveys why it is that we do what we do and why it's made such an impression on you, Wayne.
Thank you. I've got to say that oftentimes people will say, you've been involved with Wreaths Across America for many years. Why do you do it? What does it mean to you? And I relate back to the time when I was, or still am, the location coordinator for Arlington National Cemetery, but it was in 2013. A year that we didn't have enough sponsorships of wreaths or donations in order to cover all of Arlington. There's over 400,000 people buried at Arlington, and we didn't have enough wreaths to cover each of those markers that they had there. And when those last wreaths are placed and the people leave, the volunteers leave, my wife Ann and myself go back the following week, and we do what we call special requests, where people sponsor a wreath and then say, you know, I want to make sure that my loved one, my son, my daughter, has a wreath placed on their marker. They are buried in a section that was covered last year, so they knew that they weren't going to be covered this year because the cemetery moved us around each year when we couldn't cover the whole cemetery. So it was 2 or 3 days after Wreath Day, and I was carrying a wreath into a section that wasn't supposed to be covered with wreaths that year. And the volunteers, some of the volunteers had placed, there might have been 50 or 60 wreaths that were scattered in this section, placed there by volunteers or some family members. And as I walked through carrying a wreath for a special request, looking for that marker so I could put it down to thank that veteran for their service and sacrifice, there was a man standing in the middle of the cemetery. As I walked by, he's looking out and seeing thousands of wreaths surrounding that section. And he said, "Excuse me, could you tell me what all these wreaths are?" So I proudly stopped and talked to him about Wreaths Across America and told him we were there to thank the service member for their service and sacrifice. And he said 4 words to me that hit me in the heart. He said, "What about my son?" And I looked down, and he's standing in front of his son's marker. And it just so happened that that row that his son was buried in, there were 6 or 8 markers that came up to his sons, and they had a wreath placed against them. And when he said, "What about my son?" realizing that there were no more wreaths to place, it hit me so hard, and I said to myself, I wonder how many other people come to Arlington after Wreath Day, and they see that all the wreaths have been placed, but yet their loved one doesn't have a wreath on their marker. I pledged to myself at that time, I said, I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that Arlington gets covered, every marker, so nobody has to come to Arlington and say, what about my son? What about my daughter? What about my husband? That they would have a wreath there. And then realizing that at that time we had over 1,200 locations throughout the country back in 2013. And I said, I wonder how many others go to those other cemeteries when those last wreaths are put down and their loved ones the next one. So please help us sponsor these wreaths. Make a donation. Go to the website for your local cemetery and for Arlington. Arlington grows, they bury 25 to 30 people a day. So we have a challenge every year of increasing the number of wreaths we need at Arlington to make sure that when those wreaths are placed at your local cemetery or at Arlington, that nobody has to go to that cemetery after Wreath Day and not find a wreath placed on their loved one's grave, please help us by sponsoring. Go on the website, sponsor a wreath, make a donation, so we don't have to hear words such as, "What about my son again?"
Thank you so much, Mr. Hansen, and that is the mission. And please make sure that we don't have to answer that question, what about my son? What about my daughter? We will keep our lines open for you to continue donating. Tonight is just the beginning. You can give once again at wreathsacrossamerica.org/WAATRK. Help us fill those trucks.